Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is February 6, 2025. The time is 9:31 a.m. and we're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing. Performance oversight hearings are a key part of how we hold government agencies accountable. Each year, the council conducts these hearings to review whether agencies are meeting their goals, using public resources effectively, and serving residents in the ways that they are meant to. This is not just about looking at what has been done, it's about identifying what's working, what's not, and how we can do better. During last year's oversight process, I asked agencies to establish SMART goals, meaning specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound metrics. SMART goals provide clarity and accountability so we can assess whether agencies are making progress or need to adjust course. The public witness testimony we hear helps us make sure these goals are aligned with residents' experiences and expectations. Today, we'll focus on three entities: the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, or OANC, the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizen Affairs, and the Office on Returning Citizen Affairs, or MORCA. When we get to the government witnesses, I'll hear from OANC and then from our returning citizens agencies. But right now, I'd like to start with an experience I just had related to our returning citizens work. Last week, I attended a listening session with Free Minds Book Club, a nonprofit that uses books, creative writing, and peer support to help incarcerated and returning residents. During the session, my team and I spoke with the members and read poems from current and former incarcerated residents. Their reflections were an important reminder of the experiences our residents have when they are away from home, away from their families, and the experiences they have and hopes and expectations they bring home with them. The struggle to reintegrate, to find stable housing and employment, and to fully participate in civic life can make home feel distant, even when someone is back in their own city. Government must work to close that distance, ensuring that every resident feels welcome, supported, and connected to opportunity. One of our agencies and one of our commissions are meant to do just that. The Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs was designed to provide oversight and policy recommendations to make sure DC is meeting the needs of returning citizens. MORCA is tasked with supporting returning citizens and connecting them to resources to help them succeed. Over the years, my office and these two agencies have made historic progress in this effort. Working alongside returning citizens and advocates, we secured funding to triple the size of MORCA, funded housing vouchers, waived fees for birth certificates, ID cards, and restored voting rights for incarcerated residents. These are steps toward creating a city where no one feels like an outsider in their own home. But vacancies on the commission are preventing it from being fully active, and MORCA hasn't produced clear performance metrics under that SMART goal framework, which prevents us from determining whether its programs are meeting residents' needs. Without measurable outcomes, we can't identify where we need to improve or where we should be redirecting resources. We will work through these and other concerns and hear about what's working well. The other agency on the agenda today plays a different but equally important role in ensuring residents have a voice in shaping their communities. The Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, or OANC, provides technical, administrative, and financial reporting support to the hundreds of advisory neighborhood commissioners across the district. ANCs provide a close look at what's happening in our neighborhood, and they are DC's hyper-local elected officials who push for changes to make sure neighbors are being served, and they do this important work without pay. It's critical for our commissioners to have organized support from a centralized office. But for years, that wasn't the case. Despite my office's consistent investment in the office of the ANC, including more than doubling its budget over the past 5 years, we weren't seeing the impact. OANC didn't have the capacity to complete the work well or on time, nor did it have a strategy to move things forward. Over the past couple of years, under new leadership and with increased staffing, OANC has moved in a positive direction. OANC's recent annual report outlines some of the steps it has taken to comply with grant-making regulations, advise commissioners on development processes through a new land use attorney, and make ANC websites more accessible by rebuilding them this year. I look forward to hearing more about its progress today and how the updates in the OANC will have a meaningful impact on the ground for commissioners. While we've done a lot of work, we have more work to do, which is signified by the more than 24 vacancies in ANC positions. I also want to flag an opportunity for former ANCs. This week, I'm distributing a survey to former commissioners who recently left their posts. I want to understand why people choose to end their service and how we can support retention. The survey will be open for 1 week, and we will push out more information on that. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I will call folks on the witness list in panels. When I do, my staff will promote you to from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back into the hearing as a panelist, after which you'll be able to unmute. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. Also want to note that this hearing room will be used at 2 o'clock for a hearing on the act for our annual financial audit. So we will move expeditiously if we have to, but we certainly will keep everybody on time. And I'm going to ask in all of our hearings that our agency witnesses do not exceed 15 minutes, which I think is more than enough time. And also, after 7 minutes, nobody's listening anyway. As a final note, I just wanted to mention, if you see me and my team members looking down during your testimony, it is almost certainly because we are taking notes. That's how I follow what people are saying. So I don't want you to take it as a sign of disrespect if I'm not looking at you when you testify. Out of respect, I'm trying to document what you're saying. My team is doing that and managing the Zoom panelists. So we are not up here checking IG. So with that, I will call up our first panel of witnesses. I don't recognize. So let's go down to here. Actually, get us close to that. I also noticed. All right, we're going to try for panels of 7. I don't know everyone who is present, so let me go down until we get 7. Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director for People for Fairness Coalition, who I don't see here. Robert Warren with the People for Fairness Coalition. Chantal Fuller. Anthony Petty, Co-Executive Director of Neighborhoods for Justice. Kathy Henderson. Walter Morton. Kanetta Calloway, who is one of our commissioners. Is Kanetta here? Online, okay. Ms. Calloway, if you want to go last, since you're a commissioner, you can. If you want to stay where you are, you can. Just correspond with my team, if you would, and let us know. Dr. Andrea Adams. Excellent. You can come to the witness table. Brian Cooper, CEO of All-in-One Stop Moving and Storage. Trying to find a part. He might be here tomorrow. God bless that brother. We will add him to the next panel if he's in there, but we'll make sure we get his testimony. Dolores Miracle Bryant. Nick Deladon, President of the DuPont East Civic Action Association. Diane Quinn. Deborah Jackson. Gabby Smith. Excellent. President of Royale Nationwide Ventures. All right, that is 7. So the first person that we have on our list is Kathy Henderson. Oh, excellent. Welcome. Glad to have you. You can begin your testimony. Commissioner Henderson, you can unmute and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Yes, Kathy Henderson. I have served as the commissioner for 5B10, 5D05, and 5D06. The Board of Elections has determined in this cycle that they have acknowledged 200 persons, over 200 persons that do not live in my neighborhood, voted for my opponent. So I am still Commissioner Henderson, but I may not use the single member District 5D06 designation at this time. What is your order? Are we discussing OA&C first or Morka first? Because I don't have the witness list.
Well, anything that you would like to take, either agency is fine.
Well, let me start with OA&C. First, under Director Bass, who's a former commissioner, I have found the office to be responsive, the staff to be personable, and there is a genuine effort to address concerns. However, there's still, just significant problems with the office in terms of how they deal with what I consider to be rogue commissioners. I've emailed you and your staff multiple times about the difficulties I've had, with so-called colleagues playing very immature games, muting me during the public meetings, which is inappropriate. Everyone should have access, especially people who are elected should have access to participate in the public meetings. Again, most of the 17,000 plus residents in ANC 5D don't even know when and where the meetings are or how to access them. And the current commissioner, the past commissioners, they're quite fine with that. There's still an outstanding issue of over $85,000 that has been misappropriated. And after 2 years of complaining, only now is the auditor scheduling, an audit. We have people in the neighborhoods that are moving in asking where can they get their hands on some grant money and how that process is happening. Despite guidance from the general counsel, Denise Wichter, our commission regarding duplicating services, which is that DC government provides, which is unlawful, they did it anyway. The Helping Hands program with DPW, they went out and they bought tools. They do what they want, when they want, with the public's money, and that is inappropriate, it's illegal, and it must stop. So I want to know, I think that the OA&C needs some enforcement mechanism to refer commissioners that receive a lot of complaints about alleged malfeasance and other problems. We still need that office to provide technical support, and I think they're very good at providing information. But we need them to be able to refer to Bega. Bega, who testified yesterday, I sent multiple complaints. They claim they haven't received anything. So this is a game that has to stop. We need to hold people accountable, and our people who are elected, especially, are on the front lines representing our government, and they need to be held accountable. So that is my testimony for OA&C. I certainly would like to know when the record will close so that I may submit written testimony. And now I'd like to have the clock, I suppose, reset so that I may provide testimony for the officers of returning citizens, because that'll be very brief.
Please go ahead, but keep it brief. We don't divide them up.
Okay, well, very briefly, the office is unresponsive. I have a record of being responsive to my constituents, all of my constituents. For my constituents that have been returning citizens, that are returning citizens, I have endeavored over the years to provide them with support and helping them to stay on the right path, and certainly just repeating the message of accountability. I've called that office multiple times to help a constituent get an ID. Not once did anyone answer the call. So I'm not surprised that you say they're not developing any metrics on how they're performing because they don't even answer the phone. That's unacceptable. If we're assisting people with getting IDs and that's a valuable service, why can't they answer the phone and provide basic information? So for my community, that office didn't work. And that concludes my testimony. I'm available for any questions. And if you, again, just remind us when the record closes, that would be helpful. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Walter Morton, I see you with us. Welcome. Glad to have you today. You can unmute and begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Good morning,
Good
Chairman
morning.
White. I'm here today to testify basically for a lot of the returning citizens. I myself am a returning citizen. I was released November of 2022. This is probably the second time that I had appeared on your board. It's been a real struggle. It's a 50-50 situation when it comes to dealing with housing, transportation, support for employment. I came out of prison with several credentials as a paralegal, culinary arts, and so on and so forth. Currently, I am a security officer / special police officer for Ally University. But I was unemployed for I guess 120 days from another job. The situation with housing, there are some supportive organizations. I can say Voices of a Second Chances have reached out to me and have paid my rent maybe more than twice or three times when I was struggling transferring back and forth to jobs. Collaborative Solutions on 14th Street have reached out and have paid my aiding and assisting me in as far as rental assistance when I was dealing with the unemployment. But the issue today is that I run into a lot of young men that I've been incarcerated with throughout the 30 years. And a lot of the younger individuals are struggling with getting jobs, getting money to be able, or transportation to be able to get to the jobs. I deal with Lamont Curry on a regular basis. His office is right down the street from where I live at. They have been supportive in some areas, but I don't see the funding coming into aid in the system with the program. That's always been their complaint. Because they tried to reach out and do certain things. And I've sat down and talked with Mr. Curry about, well, these guys need full support. They need clothing. They might need a voucher. They might need, a gift card to be able to get clothing that looks presentable for an employer to hire them. A lot of the guys, Derek Wise was one of the case managers that did aid and assist me in getting this job at Ally. But if it wasn't for the stability that I already had, I probably would not have had the money to be able to get the job. First of all, you had to pay $35 to get your fingerprints done down on at 441 4th Street. Then, the security agency paid for everything else. Then you had to take, exams and so on and so forth. A lot of these young men don't come home with that type of knowledge or credentials or education. And the jobs that are available to them, like Home Depot or Safeway or Walmart or something like that, they're still having a problem getting past looking presentable enough to be able to go to work or having the funds to be able to get to work on time and promptly. And a lot of the employers are definitely on their line about that. So I told the guys within the last 72 hours that, I see a lot of them. I see maybe 30 to 40 of guys that I've been incarcerated with that know people that been down for a long time, for 20 years and trying. I ask you, Mr. White, that you find someone that can be able to look from the outside, that's been in, that can be able to look from the outside and to be able to see. I got a tongue twister just a minute. That will be able to pull in the people that'll be supportive, that know which way to go at, the areas to go in at. Because even though you put people in these positions, it's not always that way. It's an attitude issue. It can be anything that you rise up against when that would tear these returning citizens, make them turn their backs and want to revert back to the street. That's something that we're trying to prevent. I also work as a paralegal on the court, pro bono. So I see the revolving door each and every day.
Mr. Morton, I'm gonna wrap you up, which I hate to do, but we are about a minute over time, and there's gonna be another hearing following us, so I have to make sure we end on time.
All right.
All right, but I'll come to you for questions. So,
All right.
Thank you. Kanetta Calloway. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're going last. Ignore me. Andrea Adams, welcome. If you hit that button right at the base of the microphone. Yep.
There you go. Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Andrea Adam. I serve as the principal investigator of a memorandum of understanding between the University of the District of Columbia and the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens. My role as principal investigator is to direct and support a project to conduct comprehensive need assessment of children of incarcerated parents in the District of Columbia. My testimony is to provide an update on the project. MORCA entered into an MOU with the University of the District of Columbia to conduct this needs assessment, create a strategic plan, and propose policy reforms through 1, examining the overall impact on children, identifying social, emotional, economic, educational, housing, health, mental health, and other needs, estimating the number of children who are currently impacted, and specifying gaps between existing services and services in the community. The MOU for this project specifically excluded contacting children directly, but involved conducting a literature review to identify their needs and conduct focus groups to validate the needs that were identified. The focus group sessions were designed to integrate the experience of 3 groups as representative of the community perspective, specifically adult children who had an incarcerated parent when they were growing up, custodians who cared for children, or relative or associate of a relative or associate who was incarcerated, and returning citizens who had a child when they were incarcerated. Several focus group sessions were conducted based upon individual expressions of interest. Approximately 149 individuals expressed interest. 89 were adult children with an incarcerated parent. 49 individuals were custodians, and there were 11 returning citizens. A formal response rate for participant study is about 20 to 30%. We only had 24 people who participated in the 7 sessions that were conducted. The focus groups were recorded, transcribed to uncover themes and integrate these themes into the elements of the report. A validation step was developed by the parties to further validate the focus group feedback. 12 MORCA clients were asked to participate in a listening session where they listened to the themes and provided their feedback. Next, secondary data was evaluated to estimate the number of children impacted by a incarcerated parent by ward and to outline gaps, but the review revealed the difficulty in collecting this data. Secondary data sources were used, including U.S. Census data, other reports, raw data from the district's open data DC portal. All of these were used to develop an estimate. A second round of focus groups was conducted per the MOU. Stakeholder focus group sessions were designed to bring together community partners to validate the needs uncovered by the literature review, develop suggestions based upon the preliminary identification of needs, and review a draft of the strategic initiatives and provide feedback on what strategic initiatives would help district agencies. 6 stakeholder focus group sessions were conducted for 17 participants across 4 days. Stakeholders discussed the preliminary findings and provided direction and feedback about the initial findings. The stakeholder insights were used to refine the study results, and their feedback was used to clarify the strategic suggestions and refine the plan. Many of the stakeholders indicated they would be willing to continue future participation in this initiative. We are in the process of refining the study results and the strategic plan with MORCA leadership, which includes reviewing the draft report. Once the detailed review is complete, the study report will be finalized and submitted. Lastly, throughout this study, many of the individuals who participated in focus groups and listening sessions expressed clear interest in working with MORCA and UDC to help spearhead the results of any strategy into the district's priorities. It's an honor to work on this initiative on behalf of the University of the District of Columbia, Director Carey and his staff. We appreciate your continued support.
Thank you very much. Brian Cooper, CEO of All-in-One Stop Moving and Storage. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and colleagues. As stated, my name is Brian Cooper, and I am the owner of All-in-One Stop Moving and Storage. Through MORCA, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of the returning citizens. We have set up interview sessions where we may interview 15 to 20 applicants at a time. And I would say out of the last 6 months, we have hired about 40 of those applicants. They have been working steadily when we have had work, and they've been doing a great job. One of the things that we ran into was with some of the young men coming home, they didn't have any of the necessary skills. So we had to teach them, first of all, skills on the job, and then soft skills. The biggest thing for us was when they received or were in the process of getting their checks or Cash App, none of these young men had a clue on how to set that up. So through the mayor's office with Mr. Carey and Ms. Silva, we set up another cohort to teach those individuals the soft skills which they need. Another thing that we ran into, a lot of the young men didn't have transportation to get to and from work. So we were able to have them meet us at the subways, pick them up, transport them to work and back from work. One of the biggest things that I noticed that as long as they had consistency and hope, they did good. When work slowed down, unfortunately, we witnessed some of them backsliding and ended up going back in or violating probation. But I do believe that as long as that work is there and that there's hope, a lot of them started out working, and some of the older gentlemen, the work may have been too hard, but it gave them a stepping stool so they were able to go somewhere else and work, saying that they were gainfully employed when they first came home. Some of the people that went on to other jobs, their employers called me to ask how they worked on the job, and I was able to provide insight.
Excellent. I really appreciate it. We got a couple more people, and then I'm going to come back for questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your
Yes, sir.
testimony. Dolores Miracle Bryant, I don't see you in person. You here or online? Okay. Nick Deladon, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon, and I am the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association. And I want to draw attention to the problems with the ANC giving notice to the community about the changes in the community. Right now, we're getting a lot of complaints, particularly with regard to the installation of bike lanes, that the community is not advised, they're not informed, they didn't know anything about it. The complaints just go on and on along the same vein. And what we're discovering is that the ANC commissioners have begun to rely on email addresses of a few people that they know, and that's how they notify people that meetings are being held. And of course, that's critical. If you don't get a notice that there's a meeting being held, you don't go to the meeting, and you don't know that anything's going on. So it's absolutely critical. And not only that, but there's a legal basis for it. The law requires the ANCs to give notice of their meetings and other things. So if they fail in this, as I think an argument could be made that they're not coming anywhere near fulfilling the legal requirement for giving notice, the city will be liable, I would think. It's a critical matter. It affects a lot of the work, and the ANCs are in a unique position to take the lead on making the changes that are necessary. After all, they are distributed around the city. There are about 40 ANCs. There is an executive director in charge of the administration and how they operate, and something positively can be done. Moreover, policies instituted by Kent Bass, the new director, isolate the ANCs from the community and discourage community engagement. Among these are to limit the number of people that might speak on an issue, to limit the amount of time that they get to speak, and to disable the chat, for example, so that you can't comment even if you're not called on, to limit the question and answer period so nobody sees what the question and answer is, so that they can screen it and not respond. So there's an awful lot of, it's just the reverse. The law requires the ANCs to be the grassroots level of the DC government. And the new policies absolutely undermine that and turn it into a tribunal of some sort. It's not welcoming, which it should, almost is legal obligation to welcome the community in. It is punishing and off-putting. And it's just the opposite of what we need. In addition to that, we are living in a period of digital divide, which means that a lot more weight is given to technology, and this adversely affects the poor, especially, and the seniors who are reluctant to take on the new technology. So, for example, if you don't have an email address, you're never going to get an email from the ANC. And there's no record of how many people in the community don't have email addresses, and they proceed nonetheless. So I think a lot can be done to improve the situation and to encourage community engagement, which is really critical for so many things. Like I say, the DDOT is running into the same thing, but trying to use ANCs as a vehicle for engaging with the community. So I would think that the ANC, the Office of ANCs can take the leadership in this, and it's high time that they did that. The new director has been in office for a while. I'm disappointed to see that you encouraged a greater budget for the OANC, and what they did was to hire lawyers so that they can engage in a battle with the Attorney General on issues that concern the community. And that's a backward step. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Diane Quinn.
Good morning, and thank you, Councilmember White, for this opportunity to advocate for and speak on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. I am the employment specialist for Samaritan Ministry of Greater Washington. Samaritan is a non-for-profit 501c3 organization, and we offer a variety of services to support returning citizens, the most important being help in securing IDs and Social Security cards. We provide a safe address for returning citizens to receive mail until they secure permanent housing, and we provide other services as well. Samaritan supports and praises MORCA's leadership, vision, and expertise. Per the DC Department of Corrections, 7,244 individuals were released from incarceration to the District of Columbia in 2024. The Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, MORCA, served over 5,000 returning citizens last year, which represents 69% of those released. We are fortunate in the district to have MORCA's organization and their great expertise. The largest obstacle facing a returning citizen is adjusting to and being able to function in a world that is vastly different from the one they left. The world today is not the same as when the person was incarcerated. One of my participants expressed it this way: coming home was like being dropped in the middle of China. When I left, the technology was pagers, and now everyone uses a smartphone. When I left, I'd go to a public restroom to wash my hands and use faucet handles to turn the water on. Now handles don't exist. Today, job applications are completed online, and there are few, if any, paper applications for anything. Every business asks the applicant to submit an electronic resume. Marcus' area of expertise is supporting returning citizens and their adjustment to the new world. Housing is important to stabilize and anchor a returning citizen's return. Without stable housing, reentry takes longer. The DC Fiscal Policy Institute reports that nearly 3 of 5 DC individuals experiencing homelessness, or 57% of those unsheltered, were formerly incarcerated. Unfortunately, the major need of today's returning citizens is housing. The lack of stable and affordable housing can delay their reentry. Even the counts that include the number of returning citizens don't include those who are doing couch surfing or sleeping on someone's carpeted floor. This is to request the City Council assist in filling this gap to support MORCA, who needs more to be able to provide more housing for its returning citizens. More funds for affordable housing are needed, as well as additional MORCA staff to help secure and identify and process housing applications. Samaritan is proud to support the work of MORCA and Lamont's team. Samaritan supports MORCA She and advocates for more affordable housing on their behalf. And we would additionally support an increase in funding for MORCA so that they can do more services for our returning citizens. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for being with us. Deborah Jackson, are you with us in person or online? Okay. Gabby Smith, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and the rest of your colleagues on this committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today. To begin, my name is Gabby Smith. I'm the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director for Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and more importantly, a job placement program here in the district. Today, I'd like to highlight the results of Career Shop DC's partnership with MORCA and discuss the amazing new program we've developed for returning citizens in 2025. When we first began this all-important work with MORCA, our funding source was DOES, for which we achieved just shy of an 80% job placement rate for the 37 participants referred to us from MORCA. We are also the proud program that brings actor, author, and motivational speaker Hill Harper to Washington, D.C. year after year to discuss his book, Letters to an Incarcerated Brother. In this current 2024-2025 fiscal year, we've secured funding by the Office of Victim Services and Justice, for which MORCA recently referred 35 participants. Our new cohort will begin on Tuesday, February 18th, where we have established a unique employment opportunity to support returning citizens in their transition to the workforce. This particular grant did not provide a training wage, so we developed a specialized Learn and Earn initiative. Through this program, participants receive training 2 days per week while working with our employment partners for the remaining 3 days. Upon successfully completing the program, they transition into full-time employment. This initiative creates a direct pipeline for 35 returning citizens to immediately begin working and earning, fostering both professional growth and financial independence. I'm anxious to testify at the next hearing about the program's success. In challenging economic times, as community organizations navigate significant citywide budget shortfalls, it is essential that we remain steadfast in our commitment to our participants. This requires us to develop innovative strategies to support their successful reentry in light of diminishing financial allocations from district agencies. I firmly believe that after securing vital documents and housing, the next critical step in building a solid foundation for reentry is guiding them to steady, sustainable employment. In 2 instances this year, I personally attended the sentencing hearings for graduates of our program. In both cases, the judges saw fit to rule in favor of probation in lieu of incarceration, simply because they were currently employed. That goes to show that even judges saw the redeeming value of steady employment. To date, the word of our program's success continues to spread. At last count, we had roughly 92 residents on our waiting list, with more calls and emails coming in each day. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify to you today, and I will gladly take your questions.
Thank you very much. Excellent. All right, let me move to questions for this panel. It's a great panel. Let me go in order. Commissioner Henderson, I'll find out more from OANC about how funds are appropriated, but for many of the issues you mentioned, people voting that are not in the SMD fund misappropriation, and behavior issues on commissions. Aren't these Vega issues?
Thank you, Councilmember White. Well, first of all, I just mentioned the issue with over 200 people voting against me. You know, that's actually a Board of Elections issue. So that's a separate issue. I just mentioned that. The issue, it is a Vega issue. It is primarily a Vega issue because preventing an elected representative from meaningfully or participating in a lawfully mandated public meeting is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And yes, it is a Vega issue. And Vega, I testified yesterday at their hearing, and the director, they said, well, we didn't receive anything. We don't know. There's just a lot of problems. So I'm just putting this on the record in terms of what the issues are. Some of the issues are. Another issue that I didn't mention was when I began my last term in January of 2022, I signed on to my account with the ANC address. I had no problems using it. And then someone, without my permission, changed my password, and I had difficulty getting back into the account. So after that, I didn't use that email address anymore, because if it's not for my exclusive use, what's the point? So that's an issue that needs to be addressed. There's just some problems. Now, with the ANC dealing with people who are immature, mean-spirited, and just basically acting like 10-year-olds or disgruntled high school students, there needs to be some mechanism to refer rogue commissioners who are engaging in that behavior, because unfortunately for ANC 5D, that type of behavior has escalated, and it includes malfeasance, alleged malfeasance. There's $85,000 that's missing. When my last term ended in 2018, during my tenure, we left $108,000 in the budget, which was specifically to be used to communicate with the public in ways that are outlined, through the law.
So let me just raise one other question on this. I always want to be careful about agencies intervening where residents and voters already have power. And so residents can recall a commissioner, commissions can sanction their own members. And then for egregious violations, we have Vega and, for the other issue like Board of Elections. But we already have processes in place for many of these things, which makes me nervous about giving more authority to an unelected agency head, which I would think would take away power from the voters. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I understand that. I understand that fully, and you are right. There needs to be a delicate balance. I'm talking about not necessarily the power over persons that are duly elected by the people. I'm talking about the ability to refer. if there isn't, not the OANC shouldn't have the authority to sanction anyone, but there should be a mechanism in place where, hey, we've received X number of complaints either from citizens or from actual commissioners, and there's a problem. So that way, it's a protective mechanism. So Bega can't come back and say, well, we never received anything. So if the OANC is referring these complaints, for their review, I don't think that's an overarching abuse of authority. And I think that does respect the delicate balance that should be in place to protect the rights of the public. Now, yes, we did.
Let me ask you one other question, because I got to make sure I get through all our panels and our government witnesses before.
Oh, and I'll be putting all my concerns in my testimony, so please don't.
And you asked, the hearing record closes next Thursday. But let me ask you very quickly on Morka. You mentioned not getting an answer. Did you get calls back?
Nothing. They never answered the phone. Somebody was supposed to answer that phone. I called multiple times.
No, I understand that. I caught that in your testimony.
No,
but I'm asking,
no one ever returned the phone call. Not
Okay.
once.
Very helpful. Okay, I appreciate that. I will get that addressed. And I'll hopefully the agency will reach out to you so that issue doesn't exist in the future. But it shouldn't happen with you or anybody else. So I'll raise it, but I also hope that they will contact you directly if they haven't done that.
Yeah, several months later. Thank you.
Walter Morton, I'm really happy to see your face virtually after conversations on the phone over the years, and just really glad that you are home. Seem to be doing well. It gives me a lot of joy. I appreciate that. Now, you mentioned some gaps for folks returning, and this is something you mentioned in your testimony. You are a returned citizen, and so you're flagging things that we need to pay attention to help more folks succeed when they come home. I'm glad to hear that you've been able to get assistance from Voices for a Second Chance and Collaborative Solutions. Your points around needing more assistance for folks looking for jobs, needing clothing, transportation help. So transportation help, folks should be able to get that through MORCA and who administers it? Whatever agency they partner with on the transportation costs. I'll find out about that. For things like clothing, one thing that MORCA has done, and the director has testified multiple times about the importance of building partnerships, because what we recognize is that the agency and the government can't do everything. So we need to make sure we're strengthening partnerships so that things like clothing, sometimes assistance with employment opportunities are being done by building relationships. Well, let me get to that in a minute. So have you reached out to MORCA for assistance, or do you know folks who have reached out for assistance with clothing for interviews or for work, or needed help looking for jobs and just needed more help than they were able to get through the agency? Oh, would you unmute?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I deal with Lamont Curry on a normal basis. I literally walk in that office and everybody knows me. So, the job that I currently have right now came through a referral from one of the case management, Mr. Darrell Wise. And yet the process took like somewhere close to 4 weeks for me to be employed. But that bearing was on myself. But what I'm saying, even though I have somewhat a support system where I have made on my own, my heart goes out to the younger and the guys that are coming home that don't have the skills or the qualifications to be able, or the mindset to be able to reach out, or how to be able to dictate to someone what they need. And a lot of times, I sat down and I listened to the case managers in the MORCA office, and it was like, well, Walter, we're trying to find the funding. We don't have the funding for certain things. You understand where I'm coming from? And yes, sometimes there is an issue with them returning phone calls, because you'll get an answering machine through those days. But I know when I first came home, I can only speak on my experience dealing with MORCA, is that when they had the transportation system, when it was dealing with you can provide a ride to and from work. They did that for 2 weeks for me. I had a cab going to work at 5 o'clock in the morning and a cab picking me up at 1:30 in the afternoon after I got on and returned me home. They did that for 2 weeks straight. I don't know if that program is still in operation, and I assume that it is. That's one of the programs I can say that the mayor's office of returning citizen does have in place for those guys. And I've sat there with several case managers and watched people call in. The thing with the smart trip thing, they provide those, even though they have them, they give them to them at a set time of a week, which is not, I don't think it's productive. Because if you got to go 3 or 4 places in one day on a smart trip card, the smart trip card be ate up before the end of the week. I don't know the value of that smart trip card. The second issue dealing with the clothing thing, my suggestion to Mr. Curry was, well, maybe you can talk with someone in the mayor's office and get, for example, when I first came home, I came home under Who Speaks for Me. Telenovela had provided housing, clothing, and a gift card for me. I cannot take that from her. I'm no longer, I exited the program. Some things were not conducive and was toxic. And recently it was just really toxic. By the grace of God, I was able to work up enough and have, set aside some money to be able to move into another apartment, which cost me $1,900 that I literally had to work overtime to get that money to move into the apartment. I paid $1,296 a month. I'm not on a voucher. A lot of these guys out here don't even have a place to go. A lot of these guys out here are up under maybe their significant other or their child's mother's houses, and sometimes can be stressful for them. I hear a lot of that from them. And
Yep. So let me actually move, because this intersects with something that caught my attention with both Mr. Cooper and Ms. Smith, who Mr. Cooper is an employer who is partnered with Morca, has received folks to give them employment, and has, I think, gone above and beyond to train and look out for folks. And Ms. Smith is doing a lot of work with this grant to create a pipeline of opportunities. So these are things that Morca is doing through partnerships, so the government is doing through grants, but isn't doing directly in the office, which often makes sense. What I want us to focus on collectively, residents, the agency, the commission, we've got to be very clear about where we are in the history of the city and the cycle of funding between what's going on in the federal government and what's going on with our local funding. There's just not money to do new things. I'm going to fight for it, but I want to be realistic that I think we are at a point for a few years where we're going to have to do more, but we're going to have to do it with less money. And so I think we've got to recognize a limitation to what our agencies, particularly here, Morca, can do. And so I want us brainstorming about how we do more with less. So to Mr. Morton's point about needing assistance with transportation, clothing, employment, Mr. Cooper, based on your work and experiences, which again, I respect and really appreciate, do you think that there are places that we need to focus on doing more to help and support returning citizens, either in the agency or through other partnerships? Because you as an employer can't do it all either. So based on what you've seen and the experiences you've had, is there more you think we need to should be doing to help on the employment side and, dress for careers?
I think the biggest thing for me with these men coming home is letting them know that they have hope in seeking employment, because a lot of them don't have necessary skills. So they're not going to go out and get a job that's going to sustain their bills and things like that. With me, and I have one of my employees that we hired from Morca here, he may be able to address some of these issues as well. But I think just being able to provide that hope, and not only that, but some kind of confirmation, like what you're doing is going to better yourself if you have the necessary support. It doesn't have to be always transportation or other things like that, because if the funding is not there, it's not there. But the other skills that are required to sustain a job, if you don't know how to go on a job and talk to people, how to be punctual, and some of the soft skills like that, then you can get a job all day, but you're not going to be able to keep it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't cost anything for a session or two to come in to learn some of those soft skills that's going to help you move forward.
Let me ask Ms. Smith a question, but then, sir, if you'd like to add anything, please come and you can grab that seat and I'll come to you in just 1 second. Ms. Smith, what are you seeing in your experiences with respect to soft skills? And do we need to be doing more with, I guess, contractors, nonprofits, or what have you to develop those soft skills?
Absolutely. I just heard from one of my employers yesterday that said that one of the problems that they're experiencing is attitude adjustment. They need more training with attitude adjustment. Sounds simple, but it's necessary for employment, for successful employment. I will say on their behalf, sometimes it's a little difficult to deal with a manager that may not understand all the frustration that you're bringing to the job.
Yeah.
But if they're paying you and this is how you make your living wage, you've got to do a better job of adjusting in that workplace environment. So yes, we do need more soft skills training. It's one of the things that we focus on. But again, we need to just expand the funding that's available for these programs so we have the time and the resources to do additional training.
And so like soft skills specific training.
Yes.
And then move them into other like career pipelines.
Yes, as a matter of fact, in my grant that I had this summer with DOES, they demanded that the contractors do 1 full week out of the 6 weeks simply devoted to soft skills training.
Sir, thank you for being with us.
All right, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you
Tell
would,
me when to stop. Just tell me when to stop.
I will.
All right.
Y'all know
All
I'm not sure about
I've
that.
been locked up.
Start
I've
with
been
your-
locked up 20. Curtis Coleman. Curtis Coleman.
Thank you.
I've been locked up 27 years. I came home in October. So during the
Welcome
time
home.
I was locked up, my whole family died mainly. So I'm basically the oldest person in my family. They came and told me to pack my stuff at 12 o'clock. Told me I was leaving at 3. I didn't even know I was getting out. So they took me to the bus station, dropped me off. I get here. I never heard of Morka, never heard of Voice of Secretary. They don't tell you nothing. So I found out about Morka through somebody else. So I go down there. They pointed me in the right direction. But it's hard to find employment, and that's one of the main things I think you need. They got a lot of places you can go get training, and they're like that. But during the course of that training, how you surviving? I think we need something to have like jobs for people that's coming home. That's just set up for us that'll just let us work. Like Mr. Cooper. I happened to be down in Mocha one day, and they were doing job interviews, and I went in there, and we picked numbers to come in for our interview. I had the number 4. So everybody sitting there with me had resumes, but I've been locked up since I was 20. I ain't never had a job. So I told him my circumstance. I'm like, man, I ain't never had a job. I don't got no resume or nothing. I'm trying to work. He told me if I had $1 for it every time I hear that, I'd be rich. I'm like, I'm different. Give me a chance. Man gave me a chance. I've been working. When I leave here, I'm going to buy a car. And that's all for him. But I think they need like programs that's gonna just let us work when we first get home, because we gotta survive. They might give you an EBT card. They give you more could give you a $30 train ticket, but that's for the whole month. It might be $60, but like it costs me $12 to go to work every day. So that's $60 a week.
Yeah.
So that's gone. And I just think they need more programs that's gonna do that. And what else I had to say? I got a lot, man.
This won't be our only hearing, and this is not the only time we can talk too. So as you think of things, reach out to me and my team. This is a team effort with the agency, with employers.
I got one more thing. And I also think we need, like, when you come home, like, you need a stipend, something to live off of, because you get the EBT card, but say you want to go do something with some money, you ain't got it. You can't get no job, so you might not have no family. I was fortunate enough to have some family, but you got people that ain't got nobody. Yeah. So now what you gonna do?
So we need more intersections with folks coming home with people like Mr. Cooper and employers, and then trainers like Ms. Smith and others. Mr. Coleman, thank you for being here today, for testifying.
Yes, sir.
Welcome home. Congratulations on everything you're doing. Every time folks come home and they are successful, they create more of a roadmap for other people to follow, because nobody can say it's impossible because you've done it. But continue to keep us informed about the gaps you're seeing, about things that are going to help more people succeed the way that you are coming home, and to help you continue succeeding.
All right.
I really appreciate it. Dr. Adams, I got confused during your testimony. I thought I heard 7 sessions with the focus group, and then I thought I heard 6 sessions, but there might be different focus groups. Would you turn on your microphone and give me some clarity?
Sure. What we did was we did focus groups with a certain group of people from the community. And then we had stakeholder focus groups
Okay.
that,
I see.
and so those stakeholder focus groups were after we had did the initial ones. And the stakeholder focus groups, we got people from the community to come and talk to us. Diane Quinn was a part of the stakeholder focus groups.
Okay.
So, you know, we had folks from CSOSA. We had a really broad group of people to look at some of the recommendations so that we could integrate their feedback into the report that we're producing.
Okay, and let me just very quick context. I know you laid it out in your testimony, but a recommendation that came from the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs some years ago was for us to do more work around children of incarcerated parents, because there's a particular impact on them. And so Dr. Adams and UDC are leading that effort.
Can I just say one other thing, along with what they were talking about? One of the issues we found was everybody wanted children and caregivers to have mental health support. And it's the same kind of thing when people are looking for developing soft skills, things like that. Even at the child and family level, those issues are extremely important. I just wanted to point that
I
out.
appreciate you raising it. I think most of the issues we're seeing come back to mental health and mental health supports that we all need. So my team and I, doing everything we can to open up the pipeline of mental health professionals, from therapists to social workers. And so some of those things are moving really well. Some of them are not moving as quickly as I want them to, but we're going to keep focusing there. Last question for you, Dr. Adams. When are you all set to wrap up and provide a report of recommendations?
So the report is almost final. We are working with Morca to go over and make sure that it has all the things that it should have. It's long. And so I'm anticipating that we should have it within the next 30 to 60 days. It's draft final, but we want to give time to go over it, and their office is extremely busy, so.
Understood. Thank you. Nick Deladon, I hear your testimony. In terms of limiting the time that people can speak at meetings, that's something that we do. So it'd be pretty hypocritical for me to say commission should have an open clock. And we also don't have the chat open for a couple reasons. The biggest one is that we have to have an open record for our hearings, and incorporating the chat into the record is difficult. But that's not to say I don't understand the concerns you're raising, and limiting the number of people who can speak on issues. I need to find out more about that. But my question is, why do you say that's the responsibility of the OA&C director as opposed to the responsibility of the commissioners?
Well, Kent Base is actually issuing policy statements encouraging them to limit this, limit that. I have a letter from him saying that the commissioners have work to do, and the community is an interference in that. That's the wrong attitude. The ANCs are part of the government, the grassroots level. They ought to welcome people rather than to have policies to provide justification for excluding them. So it's just the opposite of what we need. And
understood. I hope you'll consider forwarding that to us so that we can look at that and address it.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And finally, Ms. Quinn, right at the end of your testimony, and I appreciate your testimony, you requested more funding for MORCA, but are there one or two things specifically that you think they need more funding for?
I think what has been expressed so far is that there needs to be additional help with employment. That is what I do for Samaritan as well. We also offer a Strive class that does soft skills training. But so very often, a returning citizen, job applications, it can take 50 job applications before an individual is actually able to secure employment. The process is arduous. Today's employers are not easy to deal with, even if the job is an entry-level position. As an example, a job application with Walmart takes about an hour and a half once you go through all of the screening. So what is needed is there needs to be also additional support and identification of companies and organizations that will hire our returning citizens. To support employment, Samaritan offers clothing. My program offers one-on-one counseling. I do resumes. I help translate work that has been completed or work experience that is experienced in incarceration. I translate that into today's terms for our returning citizens so that they are able to use what they have learned and apply it in a new environment. And part of it is a translation.
Now, I'm sorry. I've got to pause, Ms. Quinn. My team is flagging for me that if I don't pick up the pace, we are not going to get to our government witnesses before we lose this hearing room. So
I'll end quickly. I just want to say, but employment is a major need for housing and employment are the two areas where I am suggesting that we be able to give additional funding to MORCA so we can do more.
I appreciate it. Let me say this for food for thought as we come back to the budget. Let's think about what that means. I agree. I think employment and housing and mental health are places that we need to focus. We will not realistically be able to expand the budget in a really meaningful way. So I want us to work between now and the budget to be more targeted about what that means. More funding to do what specifically and who's going to do it. Because there's not going to be a boatload of money for housing or employment, which means we need to think creatively about training, about employers to help, give our folks a shot. Mr. Cooper, I may ask you to make it like 10 seconds or less, and we're going to wrap there.
One thing that I can say with Mr. Curry and, for example, Mr. Coleman, I would get calls from Mr. Curry saying, hey, give this guy a chance, give this guy a chance. Out of the 60 applicants, a lot of them couldn't even complete an application. So without me being in this situation and knowing their struggle, I give them a chance, but a lot of employers aren't. So maybe developing that relationship would have employment resources that kind of know the situation and can look past some of the shortcomings.
I appreciate that. I think that's right, and that's a great note to end this panel on. I think in developing relationships will be a good investment in time and money, and soft skills seem to be a big place. That's going to open up a lot more doors, those two things. So we'll continue to think about this, and then we'll come back for the budget and figure out how we get the biggest, impact for our dollars. But thank you all very much, and Mr. Coleman, thank you in particular for joining this panel. All right, we're going to move to our next panel. So we will call up, and I will go more quickly on this panel. I apologize. I want to make sure we get to all of our public witnesses and to our agencies. Hannah Millam, Zachary Ragone, Christina Hansen, Zach Israel, who I don't see here. If you are online, let us know. Kim Harrison, is Kim Harrison here? Oh. If you are online, let us know. Pam Bailey, here we are. Good to see you. Erica Green. Erica Green is, I think, online. We'll see. Johanna Turner. Al Malik Farrakhan, who I do see. And then Kanetta Calloway, I believe, is the final public witness who is with us. If you are here as a public witness to testify, either in person or online, and I didn't call your name, please let my team member Kate over to my left know, and we will get that resolved. All right. So with that, let me turn to Hannah Millum. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members and staff of the Committee on Housing. My name is Hannah Milam, and I'm a Georgetown Justice Fellow leading the Returning Citizens Project at SEDEC DC. SEDEC DC is an independent public interest law center headquartered at the UDC David A. Clark School of Law with a second location in Ward 8. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes who are dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. We offer direct legal and financial counseling services at no cost to DC residents within 400% of federal poverty guidelines. We also engage with a broad range of coalition partners, including the Fair Budget Coalition, in advocating for systemic reforms that will advance racial equity, expand access to justice, and broaden economic opportunities. We appreciate the Office of Returning Citizen Affairs, MORCA, with whom we've increased our collaboration over the last fiscal year. In 2024, SEDEC DC started a project dedicated to returning citizens, seeking to advance consumer rights for DC residents who've suffered economic harm stemming from interactions with the criminal legal system. Through our work, we've seen how many barriers returning citizens face to successful reentry, including financial barriers. We hear from our clients that jobs and housing are top priorities, and these are two areas where MORCA offers much needed support. We're extremely excited to be building on our partnership with MORCA by collaborating on an orientation and resource fair for returning citizens in DC. MORCA plans to host SEDEC DC and other advocates such as the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, DSBE, and the Office of the Tenant Advocate to share important information and resources with the community. We hope that this orientation, which is currently planned for late February, will be the first of many such events as partners. There's an ongoing need for training and resources specifically tailored to the unique consumer needs of returning citizens. For example, returning citizens are more likely to be victims of identity theft or may have particularly limited credit history. This is a need we hope to help fill in partnership with MORCA. In 2024, we attended several resource fairs focused on returning citizens and others with criminal system involvement, including multiple resource fairs with the Pretrial Services Agency and a DC Returning Citizens Financial Empowerment Summit through DSBE. These resource fairs allowed us to provide information to and interact with thousands of residents, recruit individuals and families for participation in our systemic advocacy work, and gather input to ensure the community's priorities are being addressed. To expand our reach even further, we joined the Second Chance Hiring Coalition through the Center for Court Excellence, are partnering with the Second Look Project in DC to offer financial workshops for returning citizens, and are connected with the National Reentry Network for referrals and shared resources. We also regularly receive referrals from the Ready Center and have formed several client relationships through those referrals. Having a focused hub like MORCA where returning citizens can go to access resources is crucial because reentry can be overwhelming and it's necessary to have a source of centralized information and assistance. It's just as crucial to have community resources that hubs like MORCA can share, including organizations like SEDEC DC, because returning citizens have diverse needs and no one office or organization can do it all. We greatly appreciate the work that MORCA and the Commission and look forward to expanding our collaborative partnerships in support of returning citizens DC. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Zachary Ragone, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White, esteemed council members, and the committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Zachary Ragone. I'm the Research and Policy Associate for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens and a returned citizen myself. I'm here to strongly support the Mayor's Office for Returning Citizens Affairs, a vital partner in helping formerly incarcerated individuals reintegrate into our community. For over 7 years, MORCA has supported our work by referring returning citizens to our Ready for Work program, which equips them with essential job skills. We've also partnered on housing voucher programs, specifically for returning citizens, addressing a key barrier to successful reentry, stable housing. Additionally, we are a participant in MORCA's Access to Jobs grant, providing employment opportunities for justice-impacted individuals. These are just a few examples of how critical MORCA's role is in supporting returning citizens. However, with the growing demand, it's essential that MORCA receives the resources necessary to meet these needs. As you may be aware, FY23 and 24 saw significant percentage increases in MORCA's budget. Unfortunately, in FY25, the budget increase was only 1.3%. While any increase is appreciated, it's concerning that as incarceration rates continue to rise, the budget for MORCA remains so small in comparison to other areas of the city's budget. To put this in perspective, MORCA's budget accounts for only 0.5% of the total budget allocated to the DC MPD. This imbalance reflects the priority placed on public safety through enforcement as opposed to prevention. Insufficient resources for MORCA means fewer opportunities for returning citizens to access the services they need, which could undermine the progress we've made in reducing recidivism. The growing issue of underfunding is not just a budgetary concern, it has real-world consequences. As incarceration rates rise, FY24 saw a 24% increase in the jail population. We'll see more individuals released from incarceration each year. In DC, over 10,000 people are released annually, and without adequate resources for reentry, many will face the same barriers that led them to their incarceration. When people return to society without stable housing, employment, or a support system, they're far more likely to reoffend. Returning citizens face a 17.5% homelessness rate, and homelessness is a key driver of recidivism. More than half of the homeless population in DC has been incarcerated before, and for many, their time in jail or prison played a significant role in their housing instability. Without sufficient reentry support, recidivism will rise, leading to greater strain on our criminal justice system and ultimately a less safe community. In light of these concerns, I urge the council to take the following steps. Increase funding for MORCA to ensure it has resources necessary to continue to support returning citizens. This means more funding for services, particularly in light of the growing number of individuals in reentering our community. As you've talked about, I understand that funding is an issue, so we have been thinking and we will continue to think of ways to potentially do more with less, but we want to be on the record saying that we do need to be concerned with that. Grant greater authority to MORCA to manage and distribute funds to community organizations that specialize in reentry services. These organizations, nimble and deeply rooted in the communities, are often better positioned to meet the unique needs of returning citizens. By allowing MORCA to leverage and support this network of grassroots organizations, we can expand the reach and impact of reentry services in the city. Finally, expand the vital housing voucher program specific to returning citizens. Stable housing is foundational to the successful reentry, and more targeted housing assistance would help break the cycle of homelessness and recidivism. In conclusion, increasing investment in reentry services has profound potential benefits. Research shows that successful reentry programs, including job placement, housing assistance, and case management, drastically reduce recidivism. This reduction not only makes our community safer, but also leads to significant financial savings. This ultimately leads to peaceful communities and fosters more productive, engaged citizens who contribute positively to the economy. In short, investing in reentry services is an investment in public safety, financial savings, and the prosperity of our city. Thank you for your time and consideration on this critical issue. I welcome any questions you have and look forward to collaborating with the council and MORCA to foster a more successful future for returning citizens and our community at large.
Thank you very much. Zach Israel. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White. Great to see you this lovely Thursday morning. My name is Zach Israel, and I'm proudly a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. I used to serve on ANC 4D, and I'm here to testify today on OANC-related matters. Very specific issue I want to focus on, and I will submit written testimony that has the details on this. But in the pre-hearing responses from the director of OANC, you asked in question number 45, how many commissioners have been reimbursed for qualifying travel or childcare expenses pursuant to DC Code 1-309.13L1 in FY24 and FY25 to date? And the response from the director is no commissioners were reimbursed for childcare in FY24 and 25. And I've been looking at these pre-hearing responses from OANC over many, many years, and that has been the same answer since that law went into effect in 2017. And when I saw that response a few days ago, it actually prompted me to testify here today. I wasn't planning on doing so, but I was so upset at seeing that response again for the subsequent year in a row that I really feel that your committee and the council need to change the law so that commissioners in actuality, in real life, can be reimbursed for childcare expenses. The intent is a good one, but the language from 2016 was poorly written, so much so that not a single ANC commissioner has been reimbursed for childcare over the past 8 years. That's not acceptable. And unfortunately, the statute as written is not feasible because it defines qualifying childcare expenses as expenses charged to the Commissioner for Childcare Services that comply with all licensing requirements of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Now, Mr. Chairman, like myself, you have 2 young children. I'm sure you've utilized a neighborhood babysitter to come by your home to help out with childcare when you and your significant other can't be at home. The language as written is impractical because which ANC commissioner is going to find an OSCE-regulated childcare facility for a few hours on a weekday evening during a public meeting to send their kids to and then get reimbursed from the ANC later? It's just not feasible. And so even though this is not on OANC to resolve, I think it's related to OANC because this is a quality of life issue for commissioners and they can be reimbursed up to $500 a year. And I feel compelled to speak out on this because there are many commissioners with young children who should not be spending money out of their own pocket for a babysitter because they're doing official duties of an ANC commissioner. That is not acceptable to me. And the reality is that you all have the power to change this to make it better, so that ANC commissioners can actually be reimbursed for childcare expenses. So I'm not an attorney, but I feel like you could change the language to basically cover any childcare services so that a commissioner could just hire a babysitter to come home while the commissioner is on a Zoom meeting in another room in the house and be reimbursed for that. That seems reasonable to me. And at that point, commissioners can actually be reimbursed for childcare expenses. The other question I want to point to in the pre-hearing responses from the director is question number 64, because you asked Director Bass straight up, please share any legislative priorities or recommendations for the council for council period 26. And he lists 7 specifics, some of which I agree with, but one of them that's missing is the childcare reimbursement issue. I wish Director Bass had mentioned that, and because he did not mention that, I felt compelled to testify today. One thing that I stood my ground on in the 2 years I was a commissioner is I never spent a penny of my own personal money carrying out the duties of being an ANC commissioner on a volunteer elected basis. I felt that was the moral imperative because I was doing a public service and not getting paid monetarily for it. This is one, it seems like a small thing, but if you want to retain good commissioners, this type of thing really, really matters. And so if your committee considers legislation over the next 2 years on all of these 7 things that Director Bass outlines, what I mentioned, please, please, please consider amending the language so that commissioners can actually be reimbursed for childcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Pam Bailey, welcome. Good to see you.
More Than Our Crimes is a nonprofit organization that advocates for DC residents still detained in federal prisons. I'm very happy to announce, though, that my co-director will be home after 30 years in about a week.
That's amazing.
We're not currently a direct service provider for these individuals when they're released into the community, but we regularly observe and interact with them as they complete the process. So it's on these observations over the last 5 years, as well as in-depth interviews with 10 people who have been released in the previous 12 months that I base my testimony today. On its webpage, DC's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs states that it serves as the district's coordinating and advisory agency for reentry. However, while ORCA is indeed the reentry organization most visited by district residents, it often does not act as a coordinating agency or as a holistic case manager. Returned citizens still feel the need to dash every other agency you've been hearing from or nonprofit in a sort of desperate desire to figure out what services are out there, wasting really a lot of time and energy when they should be focused on really sort of stabilizing. And this almost frenzied search for assistance is caused by a lack of regular constituent surveys to find out what they need and what's not being provided. I don't think that happens. Coordination among all the different nonprofits and agencies, and a regularly updated strategic plan guiding everyone in the reentry ecosystem. This could be addressing immediate needs with immediate money, but also longer term and where you want to go. This lack of a plan informed by returned citizens themselves is evident in the findings of our research, which reveals a couple of significant gaps in services and duplications in others where you have plenty of services. Housing is one of the prime ones. There's an almost total lack of transitional housing for individuals who do not have active mental illnesses or substance addictions is available immediately upon release and for long enough to allow constituents to obtain resources necessary to secure stable housing. Lawyers and others are often forced to scramble to identify an immediate address for their clients, often at the last minute. Most of the transitional housing that's available caters to people who need addiction or mental health support, and thus residents are subjected to restrictive curfews, invasive drug testing, and or required programming they don't need. For individuals who have been living in prison much of their lives, it's like having their sentences prolonged in the free world. This brings me to the issue of vouchers. A, DC does not have enough of them dedicated to returning citizens. B, it's not publicly known who offers them, how many they have, and what criteria they use to determine who gets them. Many people I talk to assume that ORCA doles its few vouchers out based on who you know. The waiting list through the formal SPDAT process is currently taking 8 months to 2 years, and there's insufficient assistance in helping voucher recipients find decent landlords that accept both vouchers and renters with criminal backgrounds, especially those with sex-related offenses. Our recommendation is that you set up a special task force that includes recently returned citizens to examine the options to address this need. I'm going to sort of rush through the residents. Cash assistance is missing. A lot of them, when they first get home and they don't have family supporting them, they desperately need like $500 really would do it. And nobody's offering that. Technology. Who offers laptops or phones seems to change from week to week. I can't figure out which organization that one organization offers it 1 month isn't doing it the next month. Training needs to be expanded, both in smartphone use and how to avoid cyber scams. No one really seems to be covering that, and they're victims all the time. Assistance for those with histories of sex-related offenses. There should be a case manager with ORCA who specifically focuses on these individuals because they have very unique needs. On the other hand, there's a lot of duplication when it comes to job readiness. There's like 5 I counted. And literally, you have people hopping from job readiness program to program to program because they all pay. But it's a game, you know, so it's like you don't have enough money, but then you need to look at how it's allocated, reallocate them to where there's a whole bunch of agencies offering IDs, for instance. Everybody's doing that. There's no coordinating to say, you focus on this and you focus on this and we'll focus on this, so it's all much more efficient.
I'm gonna have to wrap you up.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll end there, but you have my complete testimony and we would love to help advise.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. Erica Green, welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, council member. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your testimonies. My name is Erica Green, and this is to the City of Washington, D.C. and Council Member Robert White. Again, thank you. Regarding the Thursday, February 6th, 2025, 9:30 a.m. Committee on Housing Performance Oversight hearing. The topics on the agenda are the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, Commission on Re-Entry and Returning Citizens Affairs, and the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizen Affairs. 35% of DC residents currently incarcerated at the DC jail identify as Sunni Muslim. This is a vast percentage. We advocate for complete, communal, unrestricted group session access per Imam Binyati to provide proven effective mentorship and education volunteer services to this population of Washingtonians in helping to rehabilitate individual as well as District of Columbia-wide character in the synthesis of a safe, sound, flourishing ecosystem. We ask for the support of elected officials, DC Corrections, MORCA, the Commission on Re-Entry and Returning Citizens Affairs, religious affairs stakeholders in DC government, and neighborhood and interfaith partners in what must be a collective endeavor to successfully, increasingly improve outcomes for all. And that is my statement today. Thank you. My name is Erica Green.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Johanna Turner.
Hi, how are you? Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
All right.
And my name is Jonna Turner, and I'm very happy to be here. Dear council members, I'm writing to express, first and foremost, I'm sorry. My name is Jonna Turner. I'm with Community Advocacy and Resources for Education, DC. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. Dear council members, I'm writing to express my strong support for enhancing the enforcement of community benefits agreements, CBAs, by advisory neighborhood commissions. And for the development of a junior advisory neighborhood council to foster youth development in Washington, DC. As a concerned resident and advocate for equitable development, I believe these measures are crucial in ensuring accountable, community-driven progress in our city. CBAs are essential tools for holding developers accountable and ensuring that economic growth benefits all DC residents. However, the current enforcement mechanisms for these agreements remain weak, leading to instances where community benefits are promised but not delivered. I urge the council to strengthen the ability of ANCs to monitor, enforce, and negotiate CBAs effectively, providing ANCs with legal support, technical assistance, and funding to oversee compliance with will ensure that these agreements truly serve community needs. Additionally, CBAs should prioritize support for schools, educational programs, and recreational activities for youth, ensuring that future generations have access to quality learning and enrichment opportunities. Additionally, I strongly advocate for the establishment of a junior advisory neighborhood council to engage young people in civic leadership and policymaking. By creating a pipeline for students to participate in local governance, we can cultivate the next generation of community leaders who are informed, engaged, and empowered to shape DC's future. A JANC would provide hands-on learning opportunities, mentorship from ANC commissioners, and a structured pathway for youth to transition into formal leadership roles within their communities. I respectfully request your leadership in championing these initiatives and working with community members to craft policies that make ANCs more effective while also nurturing youth engagement and civic affairs. Strengthening CBAs and fostering youth leadership are essential steps toward building a more just, inclusive, and community-centered DC. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your response and the opportunity to collaborate in these proposals.
Thank you very much. Al-Malik Farrakhan, welcome.
Morning. My name is Al-Malik Farrakhan, the founder, executive director of Ceasefire, Don't Smoke the Brothers and Sisters, which is a nonprofit organization that has been in existence for over 30 years. I'm one of 7 members back in 1995 to get this office in place, the day that they call returning citizens. Before that, it was called everything. I don't believe in the terminology returning citizens. A citizen is one who enjoys all equal rights and opportunities up under the law of the land of government as a citizen was. We don't, and I am one that has done 21 years inside of the prison system. I'm going to use, the word returning citizens today to testify. MOCA has partnered with Ceasefire, Don't Smoke the Brothers and Sisters, to provide book bags and others for our 6 months moratorium on stopping the killings. Cookout and amateur boxing match, which brings out the largest population on the East Coast of the so-called returning citizens, along with this young lady sitting right here, Ms. Jackson. Lamont Curry.
Push your microphone back a little bit so when you lean forward, we can,
I
still hear you.
think that's my voice, and my voice
Oh, no,
is a little messed up.
All good. Please continue.
Right. Lamont Curry has sent many ex-prisoners to our sit-down Thanksgiving dinner that's for those that's without resources of eating and et cetera, and you have attended it yourself. You've seen this. And I keep referring to Lamont Carr, right, as well as Mocha. But they're doing outstanding things, and they're thinking outside of the box and what they're doing, man. And this is what city council can't get a grip on. I think city council really is the ones that's at fault. You vote on giving billions of dollars to build a stadium. You vote on billions of dollars to build downtown, but you won't put that money to build a man or woman that committed a crime, maybe when they were young, and to get back into society to be a viable citizen, right? Mr. Kerr and his staff has done magnificent jobs. We have sent many persons to him, and they have aided in the system, whether it was with housing, and that was rough because of the voucher situation, whether it was finding jobs or getting tokens and things of that nature. We've also ceased fire along with, we bury brothers and sisters that come home from the penitentiary, that their families are gone or have no funds. That money comes out of our pocket. We do what we call a drive-by, and you know how much it costs for a funeral. Mocha has assisted that with us going in their own pockets, man, to do this.
That is your, I'm gonna wrap you up soon, but please go ahead and continue.
Right? So what I'm saying, other people have great testimonies. I want to go to the actual of what's happening out here and how Mocha has been so beneficial of getting things done. You know, you're not putting the right resource in them. Once you put that right resource in them, there's a lot of men and women, man, that can be more of a productive citizens out here. Helping with the killings. We just did Stop the Killing. Mocha right there.
All right, let me turn to our final witness on this panel, and then I'll come briefly for questions. Kanetta Calloway, Commissioner Kanetta Calloway.
Yes, good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today to give testimony. My name is Kanetta Calloway. I am the founder and executive director of Broken Chains Incorporated. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization here in Washington, D.C., Ward 7. Our mission is to help reduce recidivism and increase the rate of success among our returning citizens to the District of Columbia by facilitating access to vital resources. In addition, I am also a commissioner on the Commission for Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs, in which we work closely with MORCA on behalf of the mayor to identify barriers and challenges to reentry and advocate to remove those barriers. The commission has worked closely with MORCA to pass laws such as ban the box, where employers cannot ask if a person has been incarcerated, as well as passing voting rights for incarcerated persons, to name a few. I'm here today to give testimony on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. I want to first commend Director Carey and his staff for an outstanding job in providing vital resources and services to DC returning citizens. 5 years ago, I contacted MORCA, Director Carey, and searched for finding services to assist a family member, and was provided with a wealth of information and resources that was life-changing. From that point, a relationship was formed, and we have been in partnership since. In addition, Broken Chains Incorporated partnered with MORCA last year in 2024, and we began a free clothing pop-up each month, giving returning citizens a boutique shopping experience where they get to pick new professional clothing items to prepare them for potential job interviews and the workplace. In 2024, we provided over 100 citizens with clothing. I believe in second chances, and I know firsthand how critically important it is to connect citizens with resources upon entry. Statistics show that recidivism is likely to occur within the first 90 days to a year upon release due to the lack of support and resources. Thankfully to MORCA and other government and nonprofit organizations, DC has been a leading example of the success of strong reentry systems. MORCA is a pillar in the community, and while they are located at the threshold of Ward 8, their services span across all wards throughout the District of Columbia. MORCA has been a point of contact in helping our citizens obtain their birth certificates, driver's license, ticket payment support, social services, case management, expungement training and services, employment training and assistance, transportation, and most importantly, housing. In addition to the vast resources MORCA provide, they are also heavily engaged in the community, hosting and co-hosting the annual Returning Citizens Day cookout, Keeping It Real, Returning Citizens Annual Fishing and Family Day, expungement clinics, job fairs, CDL and OSHA certifications, to name a few. What I do realize, MORCA does a lot. And the saying in the church is, the harvest is plenty, but the laborers are few. As many of you have testified how strained MORCA can be with being able to meet the mounting goals and the demand for their services. Aside from that, I would say they're doing an outstanding job. However, they are in need of resources to help them, as many have already testified today in regards to housing, in regards to soft skill support, wraparound services, and most importantly, increased personnel. I mean, I think it's unrealistic to have such goals for an organization as small as MORCA and expect them to meet them all. However, I know they try. MORCA has core hours, and I must say, although their core hours are from I think 8:30 to 5, they seem to be on duty 24/7. I'm honored to be affiliated with an entity that's committed to the success of DC's returning citizens. There hasn't been a time I've contacted MORCA for assistance or referred a citizen, and the staff has been highly responsive. I know MOCA has core hours, like I said. I just want to say that I thank Mayor Bowser for the vision and thank you, Mr. Curry, for your leadership and dedication to our community. I thank you, Chairman White and committee, for the opportunity to give testimony here today. And I would be open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We have one more person on this panel that I neglected to call, and I apologize, and then I'll turn to questions. Tara Liebert from Free Minds Book Club.
Morning. Thank you so much, Councilmember White. My name is Tara Liebert. Can you guys all hear me?
We can.
Beautiful. I am here. Melissa Mahana was testifying, but she is helping one of our members. So she's the member experience manager, but I'm very grateful to step in. I am here today to express Free Mind support for the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs over the many years, almost 22, since the creation of the mayor's office, which I'm not sure when it was created, but ever since it was, we have been partnering and working very closely. As you might know, we are an organization in DC that provides comprehensive literacy and reentry services for both incarcerated and formerly incarcerated residents. We serve more than 1,600 members at the DC jail and over 110 Bureau of Prisons facilities across the country, and then in reentry. And we're one of the few organizations that provide intensive continuum of services, both pre and post release. And we work with MORCA in all those ways, helping our members while they're still incarcerated. We believe reentry begins at the moment of incarceration, and we provide invaluable planning, support, and connections to the DC community. And our main purpose is to create a trusted support network with innovative programming that enables a smooth transition home. And MORCA is a very big part of that. As you know, DC residents come home face extreme disadvantages from being away for so long and not having a connection point. And Morka has really been a partner with us for that. Every time anyone comes home, we tell them the first stop is Morka. They're greeted with friendly responses. And as other members have testified, that it just needs to be more funding, more personnel, more availability. We have really helped with, Morka has helped us with Director Lamont Carey. Basically, we ask his help and he responds, and his staff. They're amazing with laptops. We go for Department of Motor Vehicle vouchers, transportation, driving exams. One of our women members has benefited tremendously from Morka, the program that provides specialized support for formerly incarcerated women, a really beautiful space for networking and building entrepreneurial skills. She has spoken there. We love the physical location with the Department of Human Services sharing the same building. Morka educates our members about food stamps, Medicaid, and then they can go directly right there. Their referrals to Samaritan Ministry are really crucial for the ideas. There's many, many things that they do. The things that we need more are real partnerships with employers that can help our IRA recipients. Our IRA recipients, as you know, almost Free Mind serves anyone who's IRA eligible, the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, and they need incredible support since they haven't worked. And we need employer partners in the city. They're going to invest and believe in our members and have a job right away. And that's our main thing, and transportation. Those are high needs. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel. I'm not going to go into to many questions, but I did hear, digest, and take notes on the testimonies. And one thing I want to note to this panel in particular, because a lot of our witnesses asked for more resources, and Mr. Farrakhan suggested that the council has not done enough. Over the past 8 years, we've tripled the size of this office. We started the funding for housing vouchers, for transportation trips. We added job placement specialists. We got to do a lot more, but most of the funding has come from the council, not through the mayor's office. And so when you come to this hearing, I want you here, but when you're here, you're preaching to the choir. I need you talking to other council members, and I need you talking to the mayor, because we've been fighting for years to get more funding and more resources to this office. But at this point, we need more help. But the other thing we have to recognize, and Mr. Rigoni, to your point of your testimony, mentioned that Morgan needs a budget increase. We do have to do more. That's why it's so important to focus on the things that make the biggest impact, having very clear goals, and measuring our work to make sure those things are having the biggest impact possible. That's the key performance indicator. So I know it annoys the heck out of these agencies that I keep insisting on these things, but that's why it's so important. Because we've got to know, of all the things in the world we can do, which things are going to have the biggest impact. And I think a lot of those are really jobs and housing. And then how well are we doing implementing, and what's working, what's not working. And so we need to be thoughtful about that. And I want to make sure we continue to work on pushing others, pushing the mayor, pushing other council members to invest more funding in returning citizens, because we've been fighting an uphill battle for some years on this. But I recognize we have a lot more to do. I do have one specific question. Erica Green, are you still with us? May not be. Okay, I can find
Yes,
out.
I'm with you. I'm still with you.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Very quick question. Appreciate your testimony about Imam Binyati. Do you know what's offered for Muslim residents at DC jail now and what's not?
We're not aware of any consistent services offered for Muslim residents at DC jail. We do know respectfully that what we do know is that your dad goes into the DC jail every week and does very, very meaningful work. We're certainly open to interfaith opportunities. We'd love to join that weekly sort of work that your father is doing. Respectfully, Councilmember, that'd be amazing. I just do know that there has been a lot more access pre-COVID, and post-COVID access has been very restricted. And it's very, very hard to reach the population that we need to reach. 35% of DC residents currently incarcerated at the DC jail identify as Sunni Muslim, which is a very, very vast percentage of residents. And our religion deals with the rehabilitation of character, and certainly this mentorship and education will provide to be effective for all the residents in DC as we work together to all do well.
I hear you loud and clear. Let us reach out to DC jail and find out what's happening there. My father is a Catholic chaplain there and goes weekly. But there are a number of Muslims, and we need to make sure we are tending to the faith of people who are incarcerated. If there's ever a time where we need to be promoting and investing in that, it's when they're there. So I appreciate your testimony and raising that, and we'll get some information and to help us figure out how to move forward. Zachary Israel, I hear your testimony. I'm going to find out about why we need to find a balance because this is taxpayer money, so we need to make sure there's some level of accountability, but it also has to be reasonable. Like you said, I have kids. And when commissioners are at meetings, they often need childcare. So this seems like a solvable problem. Hopefully we won't have to go around in circles too long on this. So I really appreciate your testimony, and we'll work with OA and C on what they need in order to move that forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And Mr. Farrakhan, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I really did, and I'm not being disrespectful in what I'm getting ready to say, so please don't take it that way. You can give a person a nickel and make them think they're getting 25 cents worth, right? And that's what, like I said, I'm one of the originals that started this, what we call today returning citizens. So I've seen where it has been, where it went to, but it's so much more the city council can do, but they don't. But then they look for Mocha, Mr. Kerr, put him on the hot seat and his staff, and it shouldn't be. Look within inside of yourself, right? Make the right priority. We talk about people's lives. This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about a building. We're talking about a man or woman that they got this, what they call Second Chance Act. That it should be taken just like what it says. Give them a second chance or a third chance. That's all.
I appreciate it. I hear you. I think the council needs to do more. I put the council on the hot seat. I'm gonna keep putting Mr. Carey on the hot seat. And we won't always agree, but it is for the greater good. But I hear you loud and clear. Mr. Rigoni is going to, very quickly, and this will be the last word.
I understand that we don't have a lot of time, so I'll make this quick, but you've been asking for potential solutions that don't reflect more money, more budgetary things, and I respect that and understand that. My testimony was made before those comments.
Yep.
So I think one way that this could be done, looking at a different way of going with MORCA, going off Ms. Bailey's comment here, is using MORCA as a force multiplier. There are many reentry organizations all throughout the city. I'm sure that they all have outreach specialists that are talking to businesses, finding certain businesses that are more apt to hire returning citizens. And there's a large duplication of effort. If MORCA would be reaching out to all those different organizations, finding out what employers they have relationships with, and creating possibly an internal spreadsheet that they can have a rolling list of employers that all these different groups interact with, and then the groups can reach out to them. It acts as a force multiplier. You don't need more money, but that would massively help because we're making so much effort that's duplicated, and I don't think that's necessary.
I appreciate. I agree. I mean, that's again, you know, it's about being strategic with the resources we have, because to Mr. Farrakhan's point, we got to do a lot more. Now, I'm trying to sort of ground us in reality, which is that I think it's going to be hard to get more money, but I'm going to keep fighting for it. I just want to make sure this isn't the only place folks are coming to fight for money for returning citizens, because like this is the easy place. Everywhere else, I do have to wrap this panel. Go very quickly, Ms. Bailey.
I just want to reinforce, there's a huge amount of duplication.
I hear you.
And that's why it has to go to the people, the nonprofits getting grants. You've got so many people offering IDs. I mean, there's the Ready Center, there's VS Voices for Second Chance. If you could just maybe have people focus on, like this group focus on this, and you could do so much more with resources you have. But everybody and their brothers doing the same thing.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate this panel. We'll keep working together on this. All right. Our next panel is our panel of ANC commissioners. Commissioner Trupti Patel, Chair of Commission 2A, ANC 8C06 Commissioner Robbie Woodland, who I don't see here. If you're online, please let us know. 7C09 Commissioner Carrie Brown. I don't think you're here. If you're online, please let us know. 2B03 Commissioner Vincent Slatt. 7C06 Commissioner Patricia Stamper. 8E06 Commissioner Dolores Miracle Bryant. Who, if you have gotten here, please let us know. 3D01 Commissioner Chuck Elkins. 4B07 Commissioner Michael Cohen, who I don't believe is here, but let us know. 4A01 Commissioner Paula Edwards, who I believe is with us virtually, and 5F06 Commissioner Joe Bishop Hinchman. Commissioner Patel, you are up first. And like the last panel, I'm going to move us pretty quickly because we are getting tight, but I want to make sure we hear from everybody. So welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson Robert White. Thank you so much for hosting this hearing. For the record, so that I can enter my comments, I just need to clarify, my term as chair ended at the end of January. And due to the fact that ANC2A has no quorum, so I'm just Commissioner Patel, but thank you for trying to acknowledge that I was the chairperson before, so I'm Chairperson Emeritus of ANC2A. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. I didn't want anybody trying to say I was trying to claim an executive officer position when technically
my mistake.
No. I wanted to just clarify that for the record, and I know that's eating my clock time, so I hope you're generous and give me a little bit of time, but I felt it was important for me to tell you that. Going back to my testimony, my name is Tripti Patel, and I'm a fourth term ANC commissioner representing single member district 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I can only be successful as the tools that are provided to me and other ANCs. For many years, the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions left a lot to be desired. As part of ACTOS, a handful of commissioners discussed amongst ourselves what would the ideal OANC look like. And ACTOS was started by Commissioner Elkins. Make no mistake, this is not meant to be a ding towards Gottlieb Simon, who dedicated years of service for ANCs. ANCs are growing more rapidly and need more and more support. And it wasn't manageable for him or anyone else for that matter. When I testified before you last year, I was hopeful that OANC would be better at serving ANCs. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not a criticism of OANC nor Director Kent Bass. What I need you to know is that it is still not enough. It is deeply unfair to handicap Director Bass and OANC to do more than they should be tasked to do, especially when they're still not able to keep pace with what ANCs are doing and given the proper budget to scratch the surface of what ANCs need. Commissioners left echoing that they didn't feel supported by OANC and then their ANC colleagues with whom they served with. The population of DC has exploded, and with that, so has the workload for ANCs. I'm going to jump around a little bit and basically tell you that I, as the chairperson, am easily clocking was easily clocking 30 hours a week, trying to do the admin, trying to just broker. And this is an unpaid volunteer job. And when, as you know, I've testified before you, I have endured 4 years of bullying and harassment. It's taking a toll on my mental health, physical health. It doesn't allow us to serve well. And, you know, the latest saga in that drama is, which Director Bass was pulled into it. The Bega agency was weaponized, and I had a complaint filed against me. And Bega rendered a decision, and I was informed that it would be confidential. And, you know, here on a group email, which Director Bass was CC'd on, Director Cooks basically informed people who were not supposed to know what the outcome of my case was. And I bring this up to say that, you know, there has to be some levels of protections for us as we are doing this. And it's actually caused me to outline some recommendations. As you know, I like to give you recommendations. So this is what I have for you. So Director Bass and Team ANC should host its own quarterly meetings and events for ANCs. We know, as of right now, we know Chairperson Mendelson does these things, but I think if OANC did it, I think you would see a higher attendance rate because it's deemed more of a neutral event, and I think you'd have more ANCs come. I think we should incorporate a peer-to-peer best practice exchange, create a master calendar so everybody can see when everybody's doing something, create a repository of resolutions. I know I like to know what my colleagues are working on, and I think if we can find it, it makes it easier for us. I have 2 more. And create a mediation option if there's a conflict between ANC commissions and ANC colleagues. And then create a know your rights for ANCs. Again, this is back to the bullying and harassment, not only from colleagues, but from members of the public. And I know earlier people were talking about that. So at the end, I hope you accept these recommendations, and I'm only as good as ANC is. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Woodland, I don't think you joined us. Commissioner Brown, who I also don't think is here. Okay. Commissioner Slat, 2B03, welcome.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for holding these hearings today. I'd like to start by first off complimenting Director Bass and his entire team who have relentlessly assisted all of the commissioners through this last year and a half, especially my own commission here in DuPont Circle. I did submit written testimony on these matters that will delve in a little more deeply into some of my questions and concerns. To agree with Commissioner Patel, who just spoke, one of the largest needs that we have is an increased ability to do networking and convening amongst commissioners. That has been very successful for me in my first term. I chair the ANC Rainbow Caucus, which has commissioners from across all 46 commissions. And through that, we've been able to network across the city and serve as a resource, as a peer-to-peer mentoring for each other. So if we had increased opportunities to do so, that would really strengthen the ability for the commissioners. You mentioned at the top of the hour that you're going to be doing a survey about recruitment and retention of commissioners, and you're going to find that a lot of that will come up through more of that mentoring and better engagement with the agencies. Second, the concerns around public awareness of ANCs, who we do, what we do, who we are, that we're all volunteer. These are some issues that we hear nonstop as problems from the public, but also when we speak with each other. So for instance, in the past, the Board of Elections used to do mailings to every single voter, informing them of who their commissioner is, who's been elected to serve them, how to get involved. Those have been canceled. We'd like to see those returned. Also, the Board of Elections gives candidates the mailing addresses of our neighbors, our constituents, that we can use for petition purposes. However, they don't provide us emails or phone numbers. And they don't provide that information to the commissioners either. And that's a critical way to connect and inform our neighbors of what's going on. As you heard from one of my own commissioners previously on this very testimony today, it can be quite difficult for the ANCs to actually inform their neighbors of what's going on. There are several ways that we'd like to see non-salary types of compensation and support to the commissioners, especially in keeping with Hatch Act regulations that would prevent federal employees in participating as commissioners. So for instance, the provision of technology, like laptops, cell phones, home printers, just to support the work that we're doing on a day-to-day basis. This would require working with Octo to make sure that these things are provided to us, much in the way that our badges and emails are. The fourth thing I'd like to raise to your attention is the problems with aligning the police service areas, the PSAs, with the ANC borders. There are 57 PSAs and 46 ANCs. That the two do not overlap creates massive problems in engaging with our partners in MPD. It makes the data extremely difficult to understand what's exactly happening. My district, for instance, is both within PSA 208 and 301. This happens within a lot of people here that were in two PSAs. Mine, in fact, is the border of two different districts. So figuring out how to realign these kinds of government agencies directly with the ANC boundaries is going to improve our ability to just access the data and network with our agencies directly. I think the PSAs is the most important one for you to address because that is the public safety, right? Many of the other ones we can do with the decennial census, but we need to start now with researching and planning for that eventuality. Then the last thing that I would say is to continue the support and the further investment in the OANC, the role of the strategic plan, annual reporting, the increased staffing and advice that we're getting, especially on general counsel and land use issues, has been phenomenal support to me and my fellow commissioners. So I just want to end by commending Director Bass for his leadership and asking that you further those investments. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stamper, Patricia Stamper, 7C06, welcome.
Hello, my name is Patricia Stamper. I'm the ANC Commissioner for ANC 7C06, which serves Burrville and Deanwood. I'm currently testifying from my job. Just put my kids down for nap time. My issue is simple. I am on a hell-bent road to provide childcare at public meetings, not just for the ANC commissioners who are serving on the commission, but for the public. I really believe, Councilmember White, that this would open up more people to participate in the ANC. A lot of the families that I talk to in the Deanwood and Burrville community, they say they will participate more if childcare was provided. Currently, the commission, how the law is stated in the DC Code, it is very narrow on what qualifies as a child care expense. It has to be when we're doing official business of the commission. Right now, I'm doing official business of the commission, but my kids are in school. Right now, you need a licensed daycare, but it's very difficult to find a licensed child care provider to provide child care for a public meeting that typically takes place at from between 7 and 9 p.m. on a weekday night. Typically, the child care centers only operate from 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. to approximately 6 p.m. So I am looking for a legislative change, or I'd like to bring this up to you or highlight this to you. I have talked to the ONC General Counsel, Denise Victor, and I also have a scheduled meeting with my council member and his staff, Councilmember Felder, to address this legislative issue. I've also contacted someone on your staff about this, but I have not heard back from them. And I've contacted several of your other colleagues on the council about this. But there needs to be some type of legislative change to allow other people that can provide childcare to provide childcare at public meetings, not just for the commissioners that's on the commission, but also for the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I'll find out why you emailed my office and didn't get a response, but I'll follow up with you on that. And I apologize. Commissioner Bryant, 8E06, I don't think you are here. Commissioner Elkins, 3D01, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? I'm talking through my phone at this point.
Yes, we can hear you. It's a little bit
Good.
muffled, but we can make it out.
Good. Thank you. I'll do the best I can. I want to start by saying that I think Executive Director Kent Bays is doing a good job running the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. In particular, I want to call out the first ever annual report for ONC, which provides some helpful insights into the functioning of ANCs across the district. In addition, OANC's General Counsel provided a number of ANCs invaluable legal advice in editing a contract between several ANCs and GoVocal, a software platform corporation. I'm confident that this additional tool for ANCs will greatly improve meaningful discussions between these ANCs and their constituents. I elaborate on this breakthrough platform in my written testimony. However, of course, as you've stated, there's always room for improvement in our ANC system, and I want to spend the rest of my time on that. In 2024, the last election, about 40% of the commissioners who had been serving chose not to run. This loss of experienced commissioners was 50% in the election 2 years before. I believe that most of these commissioners ran for office originally full of hope to make a difference in their neighborhood. So why are they leaving in such large numbers? I was happy to see that you're going to conduct a survey to find out, and I hope you can share the summary of what you find from that. I think at this point, we can reasonably be sure that some of them are leaving because they discovered this fact. It is actually very difficult under the current circumstances for an ANC commissioner to make a difference in the lives of the people who live in their single-member district. We have such a great reservoir of talent in ANC commissioners, but their full potential is definitely not being realized. And this is a great loss for the district. Because I'm retired, I've been able to spend the last 8 years working 30 to 40 hours a week in trying to change this, both in terms of my personal efforts as a commissioner, but also in encouraging the collective action of ANC commissioners to make a difference. I therefore want to tell you what I think I've learned. 4 years ago, a group of ANC commissioners, 2 from each ward, volunteered to work as an informal advisory committee to ONC called ACTOS, with a focus on what support services were needed for that office. That group conducted a survey of ANC commissioners to find out what services they wanted. I've attached a copy of the results of that survey to this testimony. Overwhelmingly, as you can see, commissioners indicated they needed support from OANC in building more effective relationships with the district agencies which they are seeking to advise about the delivery of city services. But today, ANCs are getting virtually no support from OANC in working with district agencies, besides a list of names of agency liaisons, which quite frankly is not worth much. This support related to agencies is simply not a task that OANC has traditionally taken on. The disturbing part of this lack of support becomes clear when one asks about the primary purpose of ANCs. It is not to hold monthly meetings or hear from residents, although keeping their finances in good order. These are all important, but they are only means to an end. And that end is to have a positive impact on the delivery of services in the District of Columbia. The Council has recognized this core purpose of ANCs as reflected in the ANC statute, specifically Section 309.10, a highlighted copy of which section I've attached to this testimony. I had to send in corrected testimony for that attachment this morning, but to make the point clear about the Council's recognition of this primary role. Now, this is not a criticism of OANC's leadership. OANC is limited in its resources. Ken Bays has its hands full. However, based on ANC commissioners' expressed needs, it's important to have additional support in carrying out commissioners' primary mission of working with the agencies. In the draft chapter, which I drafted for consideration in the strategic plan, which is attached to this testimony, I laid out a number of simple steps that OANC could take to provide this support. Fundamentally, OANC could work with individual departments such as DDOT and look into how ANCs in the department now interact and how that interaction could be enhanced for the benefit of both ANCs and the agency. OANCs could help commissioners find other commissioners from across the district who want to work on the same problems and collaborate in crafting more useful advice for the agencies. So in summary, one more staff member for OANC devoted to this work could improve ANC's commissioners' sense that they're making a difference and therefore increase the likelihood they will want to continue serving for more than one term, promote a sense among the agencies that they are receiving truly helpful advice from ANCs and can use it to enhance the delivery of their services, and improve the quality of the advice provided by ANCs to agencies by fostering cooperative efforts among ANC commissioners from across the district who have an interest in solving the same problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I don't think Commissioner Michael Cohen is with us, confirming. Commissioner Edwards, 4A01. I'll need you to accept promotion. Excellent.
I am here. Thank you, Chair White, for allowing me to testify today. Excuse me. I'm Paula Edwards, current Chair of Commission ANC 4A and Commissioner for ANC 4A01, representing Shepherd Park, North Portal Estates, Colonial Village, and I'm in the beginning of my second term. I believe I am the ANC Commissioner for both Councilmember White and Mayor Muriel Bowser. I am also a native Washingtonian from Shepherd Park and a proud graduate of DC Public Schools. First, the good news. I found the OANC under Director Bass to be very responsive and helpful. The training offered has been very valuable in my professional life as well as in my role of ANC Commissioner. I've dealt most frequently with Director Bass, Ms. Wichter, and Ms. Dickerson. They and everyone in the office have always responded promptly with excellent information to assist us in performing our duties. I've also been privileged to serve with 7 remarkable commissioners who are dedicated to community service and whose expertise and generosity helped me navigate my first term. Unfortunately, 3 of those commissioners chose not to run again for the seats, and their seats were not filled. Through my service, I've become aware of so many government leaders, DC government leaders and staff, who provide exemplary service despite serving in difficult positions. Now the bad. The position of ANC Commissioner is poorly defined, frustrating, and unpaid. I believe this accounts for many commissioners not returning. Our commissioner is one vacancy away from being unable to conduct official business, which is the only reason I ran for a second term. I've taken off from work, as have many people here, to testify here today. As former Commissioner Israel has pointed out, commissioners are often not reimbursed for valid expenses and frequently spend their own money just to function in their positions. The administrative overhead is daunting. The majority of commissioners I've encountered do not possess either the time or the skills to meet all the administrative requirements imposed on them by the council. Allowing the commissions to operate like little fiefdoms encourages flexibility and independence, but impairs compliance and oversight while increasing the workload on commissioners. When ANCs were set up, the accounting and minuting work was done with pen and pencil. There were no websites or Zoom calls. The majority of commissioners do not possess the skill sets to perform these functions, and hiring support staff is monetarily wasteful and time-consuming. The administrative overhead of the ANC should be centralized as they are for council members and other government departments. Financial management should also be centralized. My commission has had balances over $100,000 in recent years without earning a penny of interest. We all bank at different banks with different resources available. Consolidating the banking accounts would enable the organization to negotiate for better terms and would give OANC more control to prevent mis- and malfeasance. Commissioners should be made eligible for matching funds for their political races. They are the only class excluded from this privilege. Even though the races are hyper local, they are not cheap. I have many other recommendations that I will provide in my written testimony, but I don't believe you need a survey, you need a restructure. I really encourage this committee to convene a town hall or a round table to rethink the structure and function of ANCs in the 21st century if this entity is to survive. Thank you very much, and I am available for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Joe Bishop Henchman, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a ANC Commissioner for District 5F06 in Eckington. And first, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership on ANC matters, including in the past year where you led the effort to make permanent our authority to do remote and hybrid commission meetings, that our constituents can monitor and participate in their ANC while they're putting the kids to bed or cleaning up from dinner has greatly enhanced the quality and quantity of our community engagement. It wouldn't have happened without you, so thank you. Now, no good deed goes unpunished, of course. Now that you've got that done for us, I'd like to offer some additional suggestions for legislative priorities to make us more effective and capable in fulfilling our roles. First is the story told by page 155 of the pre-hearing submission by OANC. Out of 46 commissions in the city, 22 of them, that is one short of half, had their allotments partly or fully withheld in fiscal 24. They so fell out of compliance with financial controls to such a degree that this drastic action had to be taken. Why is this happening to half of commissions? Well, if you ask commissioners, and I'm glad you'll be surveying us, the answer is an obvious one. We're asking too much of our treasurers. We're asking these people who are often not financial professionals and are always part-time volunteers to comply with an ever-changing QFR process. I think we're changing it again, to open accounts at private banks that the banks are confused. Is this government or is this not government? They think it's bizarre. And to deal with a hurry up and wait auditor whose demands are both unclear and insistent. The council should consider legislation to allow, not require, but allow commissions to have district government handle purchase orders and reimbursements centrally by the CFO, just like every other entity in the district government. It would ensure taxpayer funds are kept in government accounts, not private bank accounts, that checklists happen by the CFO as expenses occur rather than after the fact, and that our treasurers can perform a managing role, not a day-to-day accountant role. Second, the ANC statute needs to be updated for more effective community notice. Currently, our methods by law include publishing in a newspaper and distributing to a list that may or may not be emailed depending on how loosely you read that statute. It's arcane. The publication in a newspaper should be replaced with posting on a website, and distributing to the list should make clear that an email list is permissible. Third, this committee should closely scrutinize and resist efforts to make OANC a enforcement or supervisory entity rather than a support entity. Former Commissioner Henderson earlier asked for this today, but that would be a dramatic transformation of OANC's role, inserting them into political disputes masquerading as process disputes. Where OANC has dipped its toe into this in the past year, it's run into trouble, fiddling with our oath of 25 years, attempting to ban non-government information resources that led to a lawsuit threat, and more that I cover in my written testimony. We have one pending right now. 2 years ago, LGBT commissioners, including Commissioner Slatt and myself, sent you, Chair White, a request for budget priorities, including the LGBT Resource Center. You replied, many of your colleagues replied, and the result was several meetings and hearings and ultimately budget resources for that priority. Seems to me, I would consider that a success of ANCs working together across the city to make things happen. Would it have happened without that sign-on letter? Maybe, but probably not. There's a formal part of the job, commissions passing great weight resolutions, but also the part of the job where we as commissioners are communicating to you and your colleagues what we're hearing in the community, and that's just as vital. Unfortunately, BEGA is considering a regulation right now on sign-on letters that would outlaw what we did with that LGBT Resource Center outreach. It would gag us. It's obviously going to result in an expensive lawsuit. It's unconstitutional. Any lawyer can recognize that. And I want to know why OANC does not have our backs in fighting what Vega is trying to do here. To resolve this, the council should amend the statute to say something very obvious. It should make clear that commissioner communications on issues of public interest are a proper part of our role. I'd also like to echo what's been raised at least twice here today, is that the child care reimbursement allowance that is designed so that nobody could take it. It should be either designed so that people can take it, or it should be repealed. We shouldn't, year after year after year, it's nobody took it, and there's a reason for that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And again, I appreciate all your leadership on these matters.
Thank you very much. And looks like we have one more person. There was a mix-up on the sign-up. Tyrell Holcomb with Jubilee Housing. Oh, there you are. Look at that. Welcome.
The only reason I ran.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and other members of the committee. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as the Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and to highlight the important role the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs plays in supporting reentry housing and services in the district. Jubilee Housing has long understood that housing is a public safety issue. Stable housing and access to services are among the strongest predictors of successful reentry. Without these, returning citizens face predictable barriers, homelessness, unemployment, and a high likelihood of reoffending. That's why MORCR's work in guiding and connecting returning citizens to housing, workforce opportunities, and critical support services are so essential. Over the last year, our partnership with MORCR has grown in meaningful ways. The agency has been instrumental in helping justice-involved residents navigate the complexities of reentry, providing case management, identifying housing opportunities, and strengthening service coordination. But we all know the need far outweighs the available resources. At Jubilee, we are actively solving the problem. Projects like KEB and Ontario Place will provide 70 deeply affordable units, including dedicated housing and workforce training for returning citizens. But one project alone will not solve the scale of this crisis. We need multi-year funding commitments for rent and supportive services to ensure housing remains stable, accessible, and effective in preventing recidivism. The district has already committed $1.4 million in recurring funding to support the King Emmanuel Baptist Church KEB project, as well as an additional $1 million for future reentry housing initiatives. These investments reflect a commitment to addressing reentry housing, but if they are not put to work in a sustainable way, the opportunity to create long-term solutions will be lost. We also have to ask, what is the best way to use these funds in the moment? The reality is, money is in the bank, but is not being utilized at the scale needed to meet the demand. As you know, Chairman White, last year with your support, the council created $1 million in recurring funding to support housing and services. Those funds have not yet been made available, and it is not clear when they will be at this point. Meanwhile, returning citizens continue to struggle to secure housing. And without intervention, we risk missing an opportunity to address the challenge in a lasting way. MORCR's success will be measured not just by the services it provides, but how well we can help scale real long-term solutions as it relates to housing. The next step must be ensuring that these funds are directed towards sustainable multi-year investments in reentry housing and services, so that justice-involved residents aren't just getting short-term support, but a real path to stability. Jubilee Housing is proud to partner with MORCR in this work, and we remain committed to ensuring that reentry housing, strengthening coordination, and ensuring that the district maximizes the resources already available. Thank you for your time and commitment to this issue. I welcome any questions, as well as I will be providing some additional comments for the record.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this entire panels. Um, So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this panel like the last one, because again, not to be repetitive, we're on a tight time frame because of another hearing that was scheduled after hours. Overarching thing I'm hearing from commissioners that it's too hard to be a commissioner. And I'll be honest with you, I would not be a ANC treasurer, and so I think we need to grapple with that. There's been a lot of growth in the office of ANC over the past couple of years. Really commend the team, and I think we need to think about what sustainability looks like, because again, I try to follow the data, and the data on the number of commissioners that did not run again tells us something's going on. We've got to figure out what's going on and what we need to do. That may be slight changes, that may be a significant redirection, but we certainly can't have folks who do these unpaid jobs leave because they believe they can't make the impact, or that it's too hard to do on a volunteer basis. So something has to give. And we'll work with commissioners and with OANC to figure out what that is, and what we need to do, and then we'll get it done. So again, I'm not going to ask questions. I have extensive notes. I do want to shout out the Rainbow Caucus, who I think which has been very effective in advocacy and helping to make sure we're focused on many of the right things and investments. I want to thank and recognize Commissioner Elkins. The idea of the survey came from a conversation with Commissioner Elkins. And to his point, it's a great loss to the district when commissioners leave that post. And so I want to recognize that. Commissioner Edwards, what would a centralized administration in accounting look like in your view? And then I'll see if other commissioners have thoughts on that question.
I've done this for other organizations. I'm a CPA. And what we did was we set up, and you can use something like QuickBooks. You can use anything. We did it for statewide organizations. Each organization was able to send a request for checks. They could even write their own checks. They would be printed out at their entity. And then the overarching accounting system kept track of everything. So you had one centralized accounting system for each one. All they had to do was send in a request, and the checks are written. This exists in churches. It exists in any large the government. You don't write your own checks from your council member's office. The DC government handles that. So it's the same thing. If you wanted to give them more autonomy, you could let them have their own little check writing system. If you wanted them to just send in check requests, they could do that. But it works the same way your office works. It's nothing new. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have thoughts on that? This idea of centralizing the administration and accounting. Commissioner Patel and then Commissioner Bishop Hinchman, and then Commissioner Slatt.
So I want to attach myself to all of Commissioner Edwards' comments about the finance. As you know, we used to have Executive Director Peter Sacco, who pretty much ran ANC2A. We are now going on a year without him. And I literally am still trying to play catch up with all of the financial documents, trying to clean house, because there are things that went to him. And, Executive Director Sacco, didn't transition some of that stuff out to us. So we are now handicapped, getting penalized in delays of getting our finances together, which is, really, really reprehensible. Like, number one. Number two, we hired a part-time executive director. She's great, but like the admin is so burdensome. Like without executive director Sacco, I literally was spending easily 10, 15 hours a week just trying to keep up with the admin. And as Commissioner Elkins was saying, it takes a lot of these other things, the admin and financial aspects take time away from the things that ANC commissioners actually want to do, which is advise on government services to improve the life of our hyper local residents in the district. So that's definitely number one, and it leads to everybody feeling burned out, and I want to make sure, and maybe I didn't make this clear enough in my testimony. OANC as an entity has been so great. Their staff has been super responsive. I can't say enough great things about the entire team there. So if my testimony landed as like I was more critical of OANC than it landed, that was not my intention. I think
I appreciate that. I am going to keep moving, but let me just kind of underline what you're saying. I think we're at the point where we can think about what else the OANC can do because of where this team has gotten us in the past couple of years. So I hear you loud and clear, Commissioner. Commissioner Bishop Henchman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. ANC 5F is one of the new commissions created after 2020 redistricting. And so we had to set up everything fresh. And the council had provided for us and the other new commissions startup allotments in advance of the quarterly allotment so that we could get moving. So, we all got sworn in January 2nd of 2023, and we ultimately did not get that startup allotment until April 3rd. So it took 3 months to get it. And the delay was not on the ANC side. We were responsive and moved quickly on everything that was asked of us by the OANC and the auditor and the bank and everything, which is hard for ANCs to do because for commissions to act, we need between 7 and 30 days to do stuff. But we tried to be very expeditious about it. But we ran into so many delays with banks that do not understand why a government entity is creating a private bank account outside of the government CFO system. And the auditor, who I think it's an open secret, only works 2 or 3 days a month. And so it's a lot of hurry up and wait on getting questions answered from them. And so just a lot of delays. And every time we get, oh, here's a new rule you need to follow, we update our bylaws and our rules on that on ANC 5F. And we've had to do that several times. So like none of this is written down anywhere. So it's, just to echo what I think Commissioner Edwards said, it's not just that say you were elected as a council member and then you had to open a bank account for your council office and do all of this yourself.
I hear you loud. Yeah. Let me go to Commissioner Slatt. I apologize.
Thank you.
I'm also going to reference the pain of being a treasurer, right? That's well said, and it diverts me from bigger issues such as fighting Sam Rezjuyan that you know of. Agreeing with Commissioner Patel, we shared the same executive director. He worked full-time for 4 different commissions. It shows there is that much work. I lay it out in my testimony that ideally I would like to see that each commission had a full-time staffer. This should be FTEs based out of Director Base's office, providing direct support to each and every commission. We have that much constituent services, that much admin work, that would relieve the burden on us commissioners to actually work with our constituents, to actually work with the government. So if you're able to find a way to solve a lot of these problems, it would be by giving us a dedicated person along the style of mokers, that come out of that office, which is only 1 per ward. If you gave us 1 moker per ANC, that would solve a lot of these problems, and you'll see the retention problems go away. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Commissioner Edwards, did you raise your hand again?
Yes, I want to reiterate what Commissioner Patel said. I was treasurer for my ANC for the first year. It took me 6 months to clean up the financial stuff from before, and back and forth with OANC. So we really have to have some professionals doing this work. It's costing the district and it's costing us our time. Thank you.
I hear you loud and clear. Mr. Holcomb, who is a commissioner but not in that capacity today. Bless you. The $1 million that we collectively worked to get in the budget, do you know why those funds have not been made available yet?
As I understand it, DACD has not released those funds to be available. And so I think the concern is that if they sit on them long enough, they can repurpose them. I think that's.
And how far will that, $1 million doesn't go tremendously far with respect to housing, unfortunately. How far what would that $1 million do?
Well, I think the thought process and intent behind the money was that it would be made available for those who are in the space. Having come off the heels of a housing finance training, understanding that every dollar counts in a project that isn't per se being built to turn a major profit or revenue, $1 million goes a long way. For non-traditional housers in this regard to be able to have opportunity to be able to build housing. I think the biggest piece is the opportunity to create a sustainable model. There are best practices across the country. Jubilee's been privy to. We saw one in New York, the Fortune Society, and thinking about how we're thinking of the housing ecosystem in this holistic approach, where it's not just what we're doing to create housing, affordable housing opportunities for home ownership, but we've got to also be thinking about what it means for justice impacted residents as well.
Okay, well, let's help find out what's going on there. I've heard at least one other person raise this concern to me. So let us reach out and figure out what's happening there.
Thank you.
I want to thank our witnesses, our public witnesses, our commissioners for being with us today. A lot of really good ideas for us to think about and grapple with as we're doing oversight, and also as we start moving from here to the budget. I want the theme in this committee to be really, how do we do more with less? We'll fight for more, but if we don't get more, that doesn't mean we can't do more. We've got to figure that out. So collectively, we'll put our heads together and get there. So thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Thank you to our commissioners, to our public witnesses. We're going to turn to our agency witnesses, and just to give, I guess, a run of show here. We have to be finished by 1:45, so it's going to be about 45 minutes for our returning citizens agencies, and about 45 minutes for OANC. And we're going to begin with Executive Director Kent Bass, so reverse the order that I just said, of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. And as you know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I'll ask that you both raise your right hand. You don't have to stand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. As you know, I am Kent Bass, Executive Director of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. I'm happy to be here today to discuss the FY 2024 performance of the OANC and to share the exciting progress and vision of the agency over the past year. As you know, the statutory mission of the OANC is to provide technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to the district's advisory neighborhood commissions. It is important to note that the OANC does not have enforcement or supervisory authority over ANCs, nor does the statute entitle the OANC to discipline or remove elected commissioners. While the statute does make the OANC the primary source of advice for commissioners with regards to their statutory duties and requires us to provide training to commissioners, we do not have the authority to implement financial controls or any other regulatory function not explicitly prescribed to us by the statute. I'm happy to report that the priorities we identified and discussed at last year's hearing are either completed or significantly advanced. The OANC hired a land use attorney who has been working with the ANCs. We also hired a training specialist so that the OANC could fully implement the Advisory Neighborhood Commission's participation in Planning Amendment Act of 2019, which has resulted in the agency producing several new online orientation videos. We also expanded technological support to our ANCs by centralizing Zoom service and Box e-signature accounts, and we continue to enhance and improve our financial reporting mechanisms. Progress we have made in addition to the SMART goals shared last year include collecting over 130 community benefit agreements, MOUs, and ABCA alcohol and cannabis settlement agreements and making them publicly available through our agency's website. We have undertaken the effort to make this growing resource available in a searchable database to better assist commissioners as they negotiate future agreements and as an archival repository. We also worked closely with the committee to amend several financial related areas of the statute and in the FY25 Budget Support Act. In addition, we modified the OANC oath to bring it into alignment with all other district oaths of office, something that proactively prevented the necessity of commissioners in wards 2 through 8 from having to be sworn in a second time due to the fact that they were inadvertently sworn in with the State Board of Education oath on January 2nd. Also, in working with this committee, we were also able to sunset the security fund, a decades-old practice that no longer appeared to have a purpose and that resulted in over $40,000 in FY24 ANC funds being withheld from their intended commissions, with the most effective ANCs being in Wards 7 and 8. We look forward to working further with this committee in FY 2025 to identify other areas where adjustments would improve ANC and OANC operations, as you will note from our responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions. During FY24 and thus far in FY25, the OANC had 2 resignations, which slowed us down a little. First, our administrative assistant, Amber Wright, left in August of 2024, but I am happy to report that we filled that position in early January this year with a very capable individual, Gary Hinkle, who I am ecstatic to have on staff. We also were saddened with the departure of Special Assistant to the Director, Kathy S. Williams, in November of 2024. While Kathy's wealth of institutional knowledge was extremely valuable and useful during the transition from the former permanent and interim director's operations, I viewed her departure as an opportunity to reinvent the position as a chief of staff. Doing so better positions the OANC for years of success by strengthening our internal structure and reporting lines. We are encouraged by the quality of candidates who applied for this position and look forward to sharing news soon that we have filled the position. As this committee knows, one of the OANC's highest priorities has been to replace the OANC website and build out a network of ANC websites. The current OANC website is over a decade old and was not even cutting edge for its time when it was last updated in 2015. I view the website as the OANC's one tangible product. It is where nearly every district resident starts the process of learning more about the elected officials most accessible to them, the ANCs. As such, it needs to proactively answer most of their questions. It needs to be easy to navigate, and it needs to connect them to the other agencies that have responsibilities for the ANCs. All of these functions are necessary to equitably serve the 46 ANCs and every resident of the District of Columbia. I also want to confidently announce today that we are crossing the finish line with a new OANC website. The replacement site was moved from the development phase to production for district employees on February 1st, and you will all be able to access it today should you choose. We are now reviewing the links, documents, and page content on the site to ensure everything is current, functional, and accurate. We are also testing functionality to ensure that the links work and open as expected. I know you will be impressed when you take a look, and you will share my excitement regarding how far we have come. When you look at the site, you will see a modern website that provides access to many documents and resources that have never been available from the OANC before. You will also discover that for the very first time, the new site is compliant with FOIA, ADA, and language access requirements. Additionally, other firsts that have been included on the site are: we link to the Mayor's ANC resolution portal. We link to the ANC audits and reports from the Office of the DC Auditor. We link to the Board of Zoning's ANC forms, as well as linking to the ANC information on the Board of Elections website. We even provide access to the records of these oversight hearings, which we feel are very important. As a nuance, we also link to the ANC law because sometimes commissioners don't know that the Code of the District of Columbia is available online, as well as we now share their annual reports, we share their bylaws, and we have an RSS feed that highlights current news about ANCs, which the community wants to hear. Internally, we have now publicly made available our organization chart, information about myself. We now are FOIA compliant, as I mentioned, by including FOIA information on our website, as well as basic core information about the OANC, our advisory board. And we have the ability now to expand the calendars function to not just include information about upcoming public ANC meetings, but we can also accommodate their committee meetings as well. In short, I leveraged my experience as an information professional to either provide access to or links to any information that commissioners need and that our constituents search for. Our goal was to be as comprehensive as possible, proactively connecting district residents with their local government and constructing a site that is expandable in order to integrate it with the individual ANC websites that we will begin building in 2025. As our responses to the pre-hearing questions state, much of the work that the OANC performs is in response to or in support of commissioners. While this was the purpose for which the OANC was established, I believe that the OANC is truly a model for success when it is proactive. This was not just our approach in building the new website, but it also has been our approach in several other undertakings that we've produced this year. Re-envisioning the vacancies when they occurred within our office, we do not attempt to fill them with the same position descriptions, but rather see that as an opportunity to do an internal assessment of what our needs are, where our gaps are, and recraft positions accordingly so that we can hire the talent we need. We established the advisory board to strengthen communication and input from those we serve, the ANCs. I believe we gave each commissioner a copy of Robert's Rules of Order this year, which was a recommendation from the advisory board, and something that is one of the 3 tiers of resources that commissioners are supposed to refer to as far as their operating policies and procedures. We also introduced a new publication, which I'm kind of happy about, the Little Pocket Guide, which you all have. It includes key sections of the DC Code, the ANC law, Open Government Act, as well as, for the first time, I was surprised we'd never compiled this, a list of all the deadlines throughout the year so that they can commissioners can go in one place and see what deadlines are upcoming to better not miss them, or put them on their calendar. We also began a collaboration with Octo to build and deploy a searchable database of community benefit agreements and ABCA settlement agreements. We also began the process of standing up a learning management system to provide the on-demand training that this committee has long been asking us to provide. And as previously mentioned by, I believe, Commissioner Elkins, we published our first annual report, which I hope that will help those outside of government to benchmark our progress year after year by having a yearly snapshot of what we've done, how we're doing. And I believe that if commissioners are requested to do an annual report, it makes sense that we would have one as well. We are really excited about working to implement the learning management system, which I previously mentioned, so that the OANC can offer online training that includes quizzes, assessments, certificates of completion. The committee clearly communicated, as I mentioned, clearly communicated in previous hearings their desire for us to have true on-demand training. To date, the best we've been able to do is have video orientations, which are on demand, but there's nothing about them that can assess if what the information that they are providing is actually being learned. The LMS will completely transform that experience for commissioners. It's important for us too that it will not only make the training predictable and measurable, but it will allow us to better understand the needs of the ANCs based on what information they aren't learning, or if there's key questions that continually get missed, that would be an indication of where we need to put in more time. I also want to share some details about the OANC Advisory Board, which is relatively new. We established it to partner better with the commissioners we serve. The board consists of 11 members, 1 from each of the 8 wards, and 3 at-large members. The board first met on October 17th of last year, and the next meeting will be scheduled once the website launches and we have a chief of staff on board. During our first meeting, we focused on training and orientation needs for the newly elected commissioners because we're heading into election, and we wanted to tap into the experience of the commissioners, some of whom were not returning, and say, when you were a new commissioner, what did you need to be successful? So we wanted to have that conversation, again, proactively. Well, the Roberts Rules was the most tangible outcome of that conversation. There are other things that we adjusted, like we're adjusting the financial training coming up I believe it's March 1st, to break out grants. Grants can take a lot of time. Grants can really mire down the conversations. So we're readjusting how we're presenting the information to the commissioners in response to the feedback we've received. The members of the advisory board were initially chosen from commissioners who expressed interest, because we did put out a call for interest. And then once we received a list of interested commissioners, we reviewed those who had expressed interest. We noted that there are some wards where we received no interest. And so what we did is when we received no interest from a ward, we reached out to several commissioners in line to see, hey, would you like to be on this board? This is its intent. This is how much time we think it's going to take. And we were able to get 1 representative from every ward. Factors that we considered, again, it's an 11-member board, so it's small enough to function, but it was important for us within that number to have as diverse a board as possible. We considered factors of race, geography, length of service, age, gender identity. We wanted as inclusive a board as possible because those different points of view are critically important to us. But concurrently with that, we also established in it a fiscal management working group in September of 24 that was composed of then Commissioner James Turner, Chuck Elkins, Edward Borrego, and former Commissioner Jeremiah Montague. We tasked them with looking at all the financial stuff from a treasurer's point of view, what's working, what doesn't work. And they gave us a report in December 2024 that we are reviewing with the goal of implementing some of their recommendations when we do the treasurer training. Because as previously testified, the treasurer job is a lot. Or I guess these days we say, the treasurer's job is extra. So we're trying to see what we can do to make it a little less extra. So with all of that, I thank you for your time today. One thing I would like to note, because this was mentioned as far as election turnover, is that we did see a significant decrease in election turnover from this election to the last election. Probably still might not be where you want it. And maybe there's some lessons to learn, but I also say too, since the election, we've had 3 commissioners resign, which may be helpful to you. The first 2 moved out of their SMD, which means they can't serve. The 3rd commissioner was a chair who somehow, at the time of their first meeting, still was not sworn in, did not get reelected chair, and sent in a letter of resignation immediately after the meeting. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily a solvable problem that we will be able to figure out from a survey, but the survey should be very useful. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. The number of vacancies and commissioners not running, I think has gone down from 2 years ago to now, but still a significant number of commissioners did not run for reelection, and I think we have 33 vacancies. Why so many commissioners not running for reelection?
I honestly couldn't tell you. We track, I track the vacancy from one election to the other because I like to see if we're retaining knowledge, and that will be very insightful into how we gear our training. Clearly, different training needs occur for people who are returning versus brand new. But I think there's going to be a variety of factors. Some of them may be the way the Board of Elections conducts their elections and their outreach to become a candidate. Some of them may be, as we've heard earlier, responsiveness from BEGA or other agencies when there's interpersonal conflict. There may be some instances where there's a service where we could perhaps do a better job, but I don't think there's a direct relationship necessarily with our performance and necessarily why people are leaving. As I noted in our annual report, at least a third of the commissioners who left their position midterm left because they moved.
What's the role of OANC in understanding why when there are a lot of commissioners who don't run again?
I don't think there's a statutory requirement for us to understand why they leave. I'm interested in why they leave. I think that there might be some useful data there. But like 30 of the vacancies that we had after the election, there were 30 single member districts where no one stepped up. And as of the last communication we have from the Board of Elections, 23 of those will now be filled due to a single candidate stepping up. I think, what I want to caution us is we hear a lot of, I've heard a number of commissioners say the work is too daunting. Too much is put on us. And yet these are individuals that don't necessarily, shouldn't be speaking for all 345 commissioners because they haven't talked to all 345 commissioners. Within that paradigm, they're kind of taking on the responsibility of speaking for others. And at the same time, they keep choosing to return, believing that the work is daunting. So, I think more data needs to be collected to truly understand what's going on.
I think that's right. Although, the number of people not running is data and suggests we need to know more. One thing I'll note to make sure we don't jump to conclusions is from 20 to 22, I think that was the higher number of in 22, a lot of commissioners didn't return. 2020 to 2022 was a terrible time for most of us, so there may be things that are beyond OANC or the council or what have you, but I think we need to understand what's impacting people's decisions not to run. And so let me, on that note, turn to KPIs, because I want us to start switching gears on KPIs to measuring the impact of what we're doing instead of the things that we're doing. So the 3 KPIs currently are the number of vacancies at OANC, the number of trainings on demand, and reducing the amount of ANC allocation disallowances. I would argue that the number of vacancies is a means toward impact, but it's not impact, right? The office could have 5 people, 100 people. Neither one of those necessarily means that the office is serving commissioners well. Same with the trainings. The trainings, the purpose of the trainings is to make sure commissioners, know the laws and the resources better. And so I want to work with you to start transitioning to KPIs that measure impact instead of the means towards impact. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm happy to work with you on identifying the areas that make most sense.
Because you all have done a good job with filling the vacancies and starting to get trainings. I think you have 27 of them on demand. We've been trying to get this done for years. So I want to recognize what you and your team have done. For folks listening, KPIs are key performance indicators. They are the things, a lot of organizations use them to help everyone understand whether or not the things that an organization is doing has an impact. So we use key performance indicators or KPIs. On the SMART goals, and appreciate your work and attention to SMART goals. For the public's sake, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time on all of them, the first one is to expand ANC access to shared technologies by providing Zoom access to 20 ANCs by May 1st of last year, and all ANCs by June 1st of last year, launching the OANC website by November, and all ANC websites by June. So OANC website by November of last year, all ANC websites by June of this year. I do understand things are behind schedule on that. You testified to some of this. Very shortly, the OANC website will launch. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. Thank you.
I feel like I have a new child.
There we go, as you should. What should commissioners and the public expect with respect to the new OANC website?
Sure. So as I mentioned, because I come from an information professional background, my goal was to use it in a couple of ways. One is to bring all the disparate information about ANCs together so that when you don't find it on our website, which is currently the case in some things, you assume it doesn't exist, but it may exist at the Board of Elections. It may exist over at the auditor's office. And so we're linking out to everything to bring the network together. But I think that the two biggest things that I love are it's a lot more logical to find the information and the resources that we're providing to the commissioners. And then in another drop-down list, we're providing access to all of the ANC records that we have or that we can provide. So there's a page where the last 3 years of meeting minutes are. You don't have to search for those anymore. All of their financial records are there, including our release memos. So if you ever want to know why a commissioner maybe didn't get some of their allotment, it's all spelled out in the memo of what the issue was, and in many cases, how that was restored once those were taken care of. So there's the financial page. Also, I think I said this, I hope I didn't say this already, but we're also publishing the annual reports. Again, the commissions do a lot of work. Some of them put a lot of work into their annual reports. And while the statute doesn't require that we collect them, I think it's understood that we will try. And so we do try, and I do reach out. And I think I have about 5 commissions that promise to send them in after this hearing, which is great. But those are public documents. They should be publicly accessible, and they should be logically located so that those who want to know what their commissions are doing for them can find them.
And I don't think you said this, but I don't think the average person knows who their commissioner is. I don't even know if the average person knows who their council members are, which is all right. But when they want to find it, they want to find it. Would they be able to find it on the website?
They will. So what we've also done on the homepage is, in addition to being able to navigate to the ward and click on it, the Octo had a tool was to locate your ANC. We have that embedded right on the front page. So you don't have to click to go to it. You can put the address in and bring it up. We've also made some modifications to that tool. It wasn't as intuitive and we've heard this from commissioners, that it used to open up with a map on top of the map and people didn't know how to get rid of it. So that's now suppressed. You don't have to get rid of it. You can bring it back if you want it. It's not gone, but it doesn't start there. And then they didn't realize that the search text box was a text search box. And so we had them change the language to make it clearer that you should be using that as a search box. So again, it's a small thing, but we're hoping that, well, my philosophy is anything we can do, this may come out oddly, but anything we can do to, if someone has a question, if they can find it on our website quickly and they don't need to pick up the phone, that's success for us. We're happy when they call. We want to talk to them when they call, but they shouldn't feel like they have to make a phone call to find basic information.
Let me, I'll come back to the annual reports in a moment, but the timeline for all ANC websites, and those ANC websites are antiquated, the folks who haven't taken it up on their own to redo them. You were hoping to have that done by June of this year, but it looks like, I got it in my notes somewhere, but I think like 6 you expect done like this calendar year or by November?
Yeah, I think it's more reasonable to look towards getting 6 of them up. I can push for them to be done mid-year. But what I would also like to point out too is, as we know, Okta decided to change to a different version of Drupal, and that delayed things. It just is what it is. But it's kind of why we built the OANC website the way we did. So it has little ecosystems within it that are very specific to the ANCs themselves. And because the ANC website, when we built it, will integrate with that, many of their documents are already publicly viewable. And until we replace their websites, if they want to link to the specific things on ours, that will immediately upgrade theirs. So I think we're working towards something that's much better.
But why, let me just stay with the website specifically. Why will it, I don't know anything about building a website. So for me, it seems like after you build the first one, it should be easy from there. Why only 6? That doesn't seem like a lot, but again, I don't know the process.
I've learned my lesson from last year with my time estimates not being what I hoped they would be in working with Octo, that this time I thought I'd be a little bit more cautious, with my expectation being much higher than the 6. But I also want to make sure that when I'm working with Octo, until I get the first one done, I don't know how long it's going to take, and we haven't built the first one. That's my concern.
Okay.
But to your point, since a lot of those documents are already there, it may be much faster than I think.
Okay. Well, by the time we get to the budget, I'll come back to this and hope to understand if the timeline makes sense to you. In which case, because if it doesn't, then we'll jump in and assist. For the second SMART goal, improve financial management of ANCs by reviewing 80% of grant applications before ANCs vote on the grants, and reducing ANC grant disallowances to below 10% by January 1 of this year. On the status, was vague. It says we've made significant progress on this goal with regards to grant reviews as documented in question X below. What is the status of this goal?
Well, everything in the second half of the last fiscal year that we reviewed was approved. Were they all approved by the commission?
They were all
Would
permissive.
you introduce yourself for the
I'm
record,
sorry,
please?
Denise Swift, the General Counsel. I do the grant application reviews. The second half of the fiscal year, we were able to state that all the ones were permissible. There were a few that needed adjustment. And by us getting them in advance, we can go back to the applicant or to the ANC and say, this expense isn't permissible, but I see you have this expense, and make adjustments. There were, there's always going to be a couple. We got one that somebody wanted $50,000 to upgrade their restaurant, or we've gotten a couple for international trips. We're just absolutely prohibited by code. But for the second half of the fiscal year, none of the ones that we got that in advance were voted on by commissions and denied. We just got a couple that we didn't know, and I just got a bank of 6 that we didn't know an ANC had passed. And I'm in the process of reviewing those, because some of those were approved like almost a year ago. We just didn't know they existed. So to the extent we can get them and review them, I think we're at the 90% rate.
Okay. And that's reviewing, but I'm sorry, you are reviewing, you said more than 80% of grant applications before ANCs vote on them. If you would move your mic a little closer, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Yes, we generally try to review them in less than a week.
Okay, I just was trying to clarify. It wasn't clear to me whether you reviewed 90% of the ones that were sent to you, or
no, we review all of them.
Okay.
And they have a 90% approval rate. What I'm saying is and
got it.
With one exception that went through the cracks, we are able to review all the ones we get in advance of a vote in advance, even if somebody sends it to me the morning of a vote.
Mhm.
I try, and now we send a memo with each one. Because, for example, you can say 90% of this is permissible, 10% isn't, but also with little pieces of advice about how to make it fit better into the QFR process for longer term grants.
Okay. Let me move to the annual reports. Well, on your annual report, I, it was really helpful. My question on that is it sustainable, the annual report?
I will make it sustainable. Believe it or not, I enjoy doing it. But yeah, what was probably hardest for this first one was understanding what to include and what not to include. Obviously, the FY25 annual report won't have any information about an election because ANCs are on 2-year terms. And so that will have to be a by-year. But some of the data that's in the annual report, now that we know that we want it there, we can collect it on a month-by-month basis so that we can just publish the report at the end of the fiscal year. But I think it's very sustainable. And that said, there may be some information that we could put in there that wasn't in the first one. So if you have recommendations and it's something that we do collect, we're open to it.
Seems to create a good historical record. I'm sure it will evolve over time. But for the ANC annual reports, I know it's required by law, but it looks like only 22 ANCs submitted them, which is less than half. Is there a point to this? Do we need to just strike this from the law?
That's a good question. There was a former report that was required. It was removed and made optional. And then after the 2016 omnibus, this different report was put back in. So I think it's worth a conversation. I know, so like I said, some commissions put a lot of work into it in order to comply with the current report. To be honest, all you really need to do is put a cover letter and staple all your minutes together, because that would be a record of what you've done.
I mean, if commissions want to do it, then I think there's no harm in doing it, but doesn't seem like commissions are complying, the majority of them. I think they have a lot on their plates, and so I hope commissioners will reach out to us if they have thoughts on the annual report requirement. So you all have made a lot of progress in with respect to the increased trainings by your office. You know, still a number of ANCs say they don't feel supported. I just want to sort of clarify. Again, office has gone a long way in a couple of years. You and we could do all the things that people testified about today, and the next year, you know, folks will say, well, we need the next thing. So I think this is a never-ending conversation, which is okay. What is the easiest way for ANCs to access the new trainings that you've developed?
So what we've been doing with some of the more significant training that we're developing is this is available to the commissions, and we figure it's a good way for us to do this as well as hybrid. We know some people learn better in person because it's an opportunity for them to network with their colleagues and ask questions. Some people really can't make it to the training due to a variety of reasons, and so we've been doing them hybrid. That way, as many commissioners can attend as possible in any format.
What about the on-demand trainings?
Pardon?
The on-demand trainings?
Oh, the on-demand trainings. All of those are available on our website. And we periodically will make announcements as to what's there and where to find them. We're clearly going to do something like that when we launch the new website. Hopefully, I'll be optimistic and say about a week, just because I think we'll be in that good a shape. But yeah, and as far as once we have, and I'll call it enhanced on-demand, then we're going to be able to track who's taking it, who's not, which, one of the problems we have right now is we're leveraging YouTube. These are on demand. They're good orientations, But all we can do is count views. We can't see which commissioners are taking it. And it would be really helpful to us to know if no one in Ward 7 is taking it, to then reach out to commissions and say, are you aware of this resource? Is there a reason that you don't find it useful? Is there something that's really missing? So we need the training to not only provide information, we need it to give us information that we could.
What has Octo said with respect to that?
Well, I don't think this would be an Octo issue as far as the
Well,
training.
if I'm taking the training and it requires me to say what commission I'm from when I sign up, so maybe I just put my name and my SMD. So it seems like it could be, it either has to be done through Octo or you're going to have to send a survey, but it seems like it could be an Octo question.
But so we're investing in a learning management system, which we would have to set up usernames and passwords for people. So we would see what individuals had accessed that training. YouTube, you can't do that. And in order for the people to do that through the website, we would have to create a barrier through Octo to sign into the website. And I don't think that's ideal either. Like the information should be accessible. And while it's primarily created for the commissioners, anyone in the community, any resident can watch the video to see what's being taught to the commissioners. I think that's okay too. They should know what the commissioners.
I guess all that to say, because I need to keep moving, if that information is important to you, there may be imperfect ways to get that information. It may not be a perfect way, but the Gov Delivery communication system, what do you use that for?
That is used by commissioners to send out electronic newsletters. We saw a huge spike after the election of interest, which is great. I will say that I believe one of the commissioners who was testifying about this earlier, the one question we get a lot after someone has been given access and they see it, they like it, then they're like, okay, can you give me a list of all the emails in my SMD? We have no such list. There is no such list that I'm aware of. Maybe the Board of Elections has emails that go to registered voters, but that still would not be an email list of all residents. But that's part of the reason why Gov Delivery is available, because it goes from commissioner to commissioner. And as they build lists over time, any list that's built into that single member district would be given to the next commissioner without them having to start over. So that's the long-term goal. But I guess it's no different than people running for election. Like, again, to build their list for outreach, they have to build a list.
Yeah, that's what council members have to do as well. Are there any training sessions? I know you do some hybrid and some are on demand. Are all the trainings eventually on demand, or are there some that are not?
Well, we do record them so that if someone is unable to attend a training, they can get a copy of the recording to see what, and then after they watch it, if they have questions, we're always available to answer any questions if something wasn't clear at that training.
Correct. What about the child care reimbursement concern that was raised by a couple of commissioners? Where are things with that?
I completely agree with everything Mr. Israel said. The law as written doesn't work for when the commissioners need them. I mean, I report every year that no one has received reimbursement for childcare because no one can seem to find a childcare provider at the time for when they need them.
So I think if I had an endless amount of time, or if you had an endless amount of time, I might ask for maybe a more sophisticated recommendation. If you have one, share with us. But otherwise, I think we'll just maybe make a change and then get feedback next year to see, how it works or doesn't work. I want to make sure there's accountability with respect to public funds, but clearly it's not working as intended. There's a problem. With all the fires to put out, I'm just not sure there's a ton of time to invest in trying to get this perfect as opposed to, just moving. And so if folks listening to this hearing have recommendations on specific changes to the law, let us know. Otherwise, we'll just make a change to make it easier, and then we'll get feedback from folks on how it's working.
I'd love to be able to put something in next year's report other than 0.
Yeah, it's so then that'll be our goal. We'll get that done. Should not be a particularly heavy lift. And then one witness raised a concern around misappropriation of funds. Who determines whether funds are appropriated? I mean, I think you get essentially pre-approval at this point. They're getting a lot of guidance. So what's your view on misappropriation of commission funds?
So we review grants when we get those in advance and provide what are permissible uses for grant applicants. We don't pre-approve any other expense from a commission. In fact, sometimes we may not see the expenditures until 3 months later when we're reviewing the quarterly financial report. And what we look for when we're doing quarterly financial reports are receipts, the paperwork, the explanation as to what that expense was used for. We see that it complies. If there's anything that maybe raises a flag or draws concern, our first course of action is going to be to ask the commission or the treasurer for a broader explanation so that we can understand. If that's not satisfactory, we have at times reached out to the auditor for an audit so that they can make a determination. There's also the Office of the OIG, Investigator General. So it's not that we don't make recommendations or don't reach out to other agencies that actually have that authority when needed. But for instance, if a receipt says that a large screen television was purchased, that might seem odd. And then if you see the screen is actually installed in an ANC meeting space and used as a monitor, that doesn't seem so odd because it's being used for an ANC meeting to broadcast to the community what's being shown, and that maybe they should have called it a monitor instead of a television. But if it's being used as a monitor, that is a permissible use.
And so, and I'm sorry if I missed this. If a commission or commissioner spends funds on something that you would ultimately determine that it was not permissible use, is that right?
Well, we do look at permissible uses, and I know that Dawn in our office frequently will ask Denise questions of what do you think? Is this a permissible use? If it's not a permissible use and it doesn't strike us as being any intended fraud or pattern of malfeasance, then we withhold the allotment and withhold the expenditure from the next allotment and inform the commission why. That's the process we inherited from the auditor when they transferred the QFR review to us. But as far as any bigger patterns of fraud, that I believe is still OIG or the auditor's office.
Sure.
Yeah, and we refer it.
I'm going to wrap up there for sake of time. We only have about 45 minutes before we are going to have to leave this hearing room. Director Bates, to you and your team, I want to thank you all for the work that you all are doing. We'll continue to work closely together, and then we'll work with you between now and the budget hearing on updating KPIs, and appreciate the work that you all have done to already get the ones from last year over the finish line, most of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are now going to welcome Director Carey of the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs and Ricardo Shepard, Chair of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs.
few of my team is with me. Yeah, a few of them, yeah.
As you all know, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. Director, Commissioner, and anybody from MORCA who may be answering questions, I'll ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Director Carey, you can begin your testimony, and then you'll be followed by Commissioner Shepard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Pleasure to be here. Good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee, staff, members of the public, and my outstanding MORCA team. My name is Lamont Curry. As MORCA's Executive Director, it has been my distinct honor to provide testimony today on behalf of the dedicated staff at the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs and the district's returning citizen community. In FY24, MORCA was able to serve 5,453 returning citizens. This is a testament to the trust and confidence that returning citizens, their families, and our partners have in our efforts. Under my leadership, our team has worked tirelessly to support and connect with returning citizens, whether they were released just 2 minutes ago or 2 decades ago. With your continued support, Chairman White, and under Mayor Bowser's steadfast leadership, MORCA will remain a beacon of hope and a harbor for those seeking a real second chance here in the District of Columbia. In FY24, MORCA hosted and participated in over 200 events designed to support returning citizens. This included 4 record sealing events that helped over 100 individuals engage with partners to help them apply to seal their criminal records and move forward in their lives. In FY25, we continue this work with more than 50 individuals participating in a record sealing event just last week. Our partnership with George Washington University has been transformative. 75 law students are assisting 22 returning citizens in completing their clemency applications. These collaborations help returning citizens navigate complex legal processes and reintegrate into society with the necessary support. With our DC government partners to identify qualified candidates for open positions promoted during job fairs. In addition, we hosted internal MORCA job fairs in partnership with community-based organizations. Through these efforts, our workforce team has successfully connected 257 returning citizens with employment opportunities. While our goal is to help every individual who identifies employment as a key objective, we recognize that returning citizens often face multi-layered challenges when it comes to securing employment. These challenges frequently involve gaps in soft skills, hard skills, technology proficiency, which we must address before pursuing job placement. However, we are excited to share that 13 returning citizens graduated from the MORCA Georgetown Paralegal Program in FY24. This far in FY25, 3 grantees from our Access to Job program hired 12 returning citizens. I'm also excited to announce that I work with the Office of Unified Communications Director, Heather McGaffin, to refer 3 returning citizens to OUC. OUC recently onboarded these 3 district returning citizens residents who support their 311 division as customer service representatives. These opportunities are life-changing, enabling individuals to secure stable employment and take their rightful place in the workforce. Morka hosted 5 clothing giveaways in FY24, providing over 100 returning citizens with essential clothing. We also participated in the public safety walks across the district, engaging with community members and building strong supportive relationships. These efforts have allowed us to connect returning citizens to opportunities in employment, training, public service, and ultimately helping to remove barriers to success. Morka recognized the invaluable work of nonprofit organizations, many of which are led by returning citizens themselves. One such organization is the National Reentry Network, which we proudly support through our Access to Job grant. This grant has enabled them to hire 7 returning citizens, further empowering the community. Additionally, we actively share grant opportunities from various sources, including the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and others, ensuring that our partners have the resources they need to expand their work. Morka's work is grounded in the belief that helping returning citizens rebuild their lives directly enhances public safety. In FY24, we assisted returning citizens in securing 91 IDs, 27 housing revouchers, 493 training opportunities, 164 referrals to mental health services, and 257 employment placement. We also work to reconnect returning citizens with their children, which is key to rebuilding families and communities. These efforts build confidence, foster independence, and allow returning citizens to provide for their families and ultimately transforming them into positive, contributing members of society. A prime example of this is Dirk Lewis of Mute the Violence DC. Dirk, who was released through the IRA program, has since founded a nonprofit that is having a powerful positive impact on youth and other returning citizens in the district. His story is just one example of what is possible when returning citizens are given the support and resources they need to succeed. In FY24, we made it a priority to ensure that returning citizens are not left out of the revitalization of downtown area. Programs like Morka Georgetown Paralegal Program, the Pivot Entrepreneurship Program, and digital literacy training at the MLK Junior Library have been instrumental in providing returning citizens with the skills needed to thrive in today's economy. We also work to provide tickets to cultural events like Wizards and Capital Games for graduates of these programs, violence interrupters, credible messengers, and individuals who work tirelessly to create safer neighborhoods for all. A significant portion of returning citizen populations reside in east of the river, and we have made it a point to collaborate with organizations in Ward 7 and 8. In Ward 7, we work closely with Blythe and the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization that provide training and affordable housing certificates. In Ward 8, we partner with Career Shop DC, which focuses on workforce development and job placement. Despite the barriers that many returning citizens face in the district, the opportunities far outweigh those challenges thanks to the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser, your support, Chairman White, and the unwavering commitment of our partners and returning citizens themselves. Individuals like Courtney Stewart, Al Malik Farrakhan, Joe Houston, along with the dedicated staff at Morka, have demonstrated time and time again that the right support, returning citizens not only succeed, they thrive. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude for the continued support of Mayor Bowser, the council, and families and friends of returning citizens and the returning citizens themselves. Together, we are creating more just, equitable, and thriving district. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. Commissioner Shepard, welcome.
Good afternoon, and please excuse my voice. I've been chasing it for a while, and I still haven't caught it. Good afternoon, Chairman White, esteemed members of the Council, Committee on Housing, all present. My name is Reverend Ricardo Shepherd, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chairman of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. I want to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to testify before you today. It is an honor to lead this commission and to collaborate with my fellow commissioners as we engage in the critical work on behalf of returning citizens in our community. It is particularly noteworthy that 5 of the 6 current members were just sworn into office on January 31st, 2025. However, recognizing the urgency of our work, we convened an informal meeting on Tuesday, January 28th, to begin organizing and strategizing. During that preliminary discussion, both current commissioners and commissioners-elect took the opportunity to review and assess the goals established and pursued under the previous administrations. This reflective process has been instrumental in ensuring continuity while also identifying areas where we can refine and expand our efforts. Once this review and discussion-making process is complete, I will be able to present to you the Commission's top 5 priorities for the fiscal year 2025. Among these priorities, however, we remain particularly committed to ensuring that the needs of women returning citizens are properly addressed and that they receive the necessary resources and support to successfully reintegrate into society. Looking ahead, I am eager to work in close partnership with the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, community organizations, and most importantly, our returning citizens themselves. Ensuring that their voices are heard and that their concerns addressed requires an intentional and proactive approach. To that end, the Commission will actively engage with returning citizens by attending events where they are present, hosting town hall meetings to solicit community input, and fostering open dialogue. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of working collaboratively with our ex officio members, not by barely asking what they can do for us, but by presenting thoughtful, actionable proposals that reflect a shared commitment to progress. I look forward to the journey ahead and to the opportunity we will have to make a meaningful impact in the lives of returning citizens. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And let me level set on 2 things very quickly. One, I'm going to move quickly because, as I keep saying, we got a time constraint. I want to get through everything, so I will not mean to be rude, but I may push us along. The second is, you know, I have like goals and KPIs for myself, and they all have to do with getting things done. And so, you know, reflecting on this hearing, one of the things I just thought about was the tone and trajectory of our last couple of hearings, in particular, have not been productive. And so another hearing in the same way is not going to be productive. So what I'm going to do is this hearing is going to be a lot more information gathering to understand what the agency is doing, challenges that you may have with some of the things that would help us sort of understand the data. And then we will work together with this information and between this and the budget hearing and beyond that, if necessary, to work together to set key performance indicators that are doable and goals that are doable for the agency and that reflect a shared understanding of progress for our residents. Because I think we're all aimed at the same thing. So, you know, sometimes we've got to reset. So I want to work to reset a bit. I want to thank you both for your testimonies and for the work that you all are doing. And thank you for the updated and SMART goals and thoughts on proposed refinements to those, Director. I really appreciate those are helpful. We got them last night, so I haven't been able to study it in depth and think all about it, but let me ask some questions around that. One of the things that you've been talking about for a couple of years is strategic partnerships in order to serve residents. To get a sense of what information you currently have, do you know how many returning citizens have received services from new partnerships, say in the past, like 2 quarters or the last fiscal year?
Yes, give me a second to go to the tab. In FY '24, a total of 3,121 individuals were served by partners.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry, in fiscal year '24?
Right.
Okay. And so how do you evaluate whether the partnerships are effective? Like the gentleman who owns a business, I can't remember his last name. I apologize.
Brian Cooper.
Cooper, thank you. He's hiring folks, right? And he's going above and beyond when they need more. You may have another partner who, you know, that doesn't have room for whatever reason, can't hire, can't coach, you know. So how do you evaluate whether the partnerships are good partnerships or effective?
So several ways. So one of the ways that my workforce engagement, well, my team in general, try to open up a clear line of communication with the partners to try to understand what their needs are and what their challenges are. And I don't know if you remember in my testimony, like when we come across grants, like when the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants put out that they have grants available, we send it to all of our partners. Just yesterday, Victim Service Violence Prevention put out a mini grant, so we send them to all of our partners. And so, because one of the biggest issues that they come to us about is funding. And so we try to figure out, like, how can we be supportive, not just saying, referring returning citizens to them, but also trying to see how we can gauge and direct them before they run into like major problems. And so another way that we try to evaluate is all for the clients. The clients will come back and tell us, right, and tell you, tell the mayor, tell everybody when the organization isn't doing what they're supposed to do. And so we'll have a conversation with them. We get enough of those complaints to try to see how they can address those issues. And if they don't move to address those issues, then we send our clients to other spaces.
Do you do any client feedback surveys? I mean, I know you can't require, you know, everybody to complete it, but do you do any surveys to understand the experiences of your clients with various partners?
Yes. So I don't think we added them to this book, but we have a ton of them. And so yes, we do have some.
Okay. Do you have capacity inside the agency? I don't know how many surveys you get, but do you have capacity in the agency to analyze the feedback that you're getting?
Right. And so that is because they come in so fast.
Yeah.
That we're devoting time to be able to go through them to see where we have some gaps at and where some successes at and see how we can move forward.
Okay. Because this is relevant to, well, let me hold that until we get to employment. Let me go to housing first. Beyond initial placement, actually, I think your housing SMART goal, you're working to facilitate semi-permanent housing for 60 returning citizens. That is notable because you don't get, we don't have 60 housing vouchers.
None.
So how do you meet a goal like that?
So how we approach it is we stop looking at like returning citizen housing because that's where it's most bleak at, right? And so we look at whether it's substance abuse, programs that may have a housing component like Jubilee housing, right? We look at, we just had a conversation actually yesterday with a partner that is working on providing female housing. And so we break it up, veteran housing, housing for disability, Oxford House, where you pay towards as a collective. So we try to diversify what we look at instead of just looking at reentry housing. Because to be quite honest with you, in terms of reentry housing, there is only CSOSA that is paying for housing. But we have individuals that's coming out the FBOP under BOP code offense, and we have individuals that's coming from other states back home to the district that wouldn't qualify. So we just figure that we have to diversify how we seek housing.
Okay, that makes sense, and appreciate the efforts there. To your point, there are folks who provide housing for women, for people who struggle with addiction, various things, and some of those folks may also be returning citizens.
Right.
So looking at other opportunities beyond initial placement, does MORCA track midterm or long-term housing stability for the folks that get placed?
So yes, but we're definitely looking at how to even improve that even more. So when an individual, for the most part, when they come into the agency and they're looking for housing, we're assessing if they have an income. If they don't have an income and they on supervision, say like with CSOSA, we'll reach out to that partner to see if they have any bed space available. But any placement that we do, we try to also connect them with our workforce development team to see if we can get them in training, see if we can get them employed, because our ultimate goal is not to just give out housing vouchers to everybody. Our ultimate goal is to create an environment where we make returning citizens self-sufficient, that can be self-sufficient. And so that is our approach, connecting them to housing that we have access to, and then working with them to further build their skill sets.
Hearing you say that makes me think of, my notes are closed, so I have his name, but the brother who testified that he got out in October, and he's leaving here to go buy a car. He's working. You know, I think a lot of it's his mindset. It's having the right plan. It's also about having the right partners. What more can we do to examine folks who are particularly successful upon reentry to make sure we're like maximizing that roadmap that they are creating?
That is one of the things that we have been working on, and we have been creating environments to support returning citizens that are successful, like the two I think I mentioned even in my testimony, Mr. Dirk Lewis. The steps that we're doing now is we're in the process. I don't know if you remember before, we were doing like entrepreneurship pop-ups, right? And so that is to help them promote their business, as well as bring potential customers to them. Another thing that we're doing is having the conversations internally, like how can we get more individuals inside of DC government, even though right now I believe DC government is one of the top 10 employers for returning citizens. And so we're trying to, those success stories that we have, elevating them, promoting them on our social media, promoting them in our newsletter, seeing how we can connect them to like Disby for different supports, or banking partners that we may come in contact with, as well as sending them grant opportunities and funding opportunities. So those are some of the ways that we try to elevate returning citizens who are successful. But I must be honest, there is still that cloud of fear that if I reveal that I'm a returning citizen, the success that I'm having on turn off.
Yeah. That's fair, which is why partnerships are important, why soft skills are important, but also wisdom, knowledge, strategies that folks like, his name was Curtis Coleman, Mr. Coleman utilized, for folks coming home. If they can hear from him or have a summary of how he did it, I think it's going to help them, because then, it's, you can't say something's impossible if you know other people have done it.
Right.
And so that's something I'd like us to think about and see how we might be able to work together to pull Mr. Coleman and others who have really done, and you and your team would know who a lot of those people are.
Right.
And just start trying to create that roadmap as you all also develop those partnerships, because the gentleman who employed him, whose name you mentioned,
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, thank you. You know, when Mr. Cooper he wants to know that you're going to do the work.
Right.
You know, and so, you know, some of it is a mindset, but you need people like Mr. Cooper. Let me go to employment, and then I'm going to ask some questions to Reverend Shepherd. What percentage of MORCA placed workers are still employed after 6 months? Let me find that.
Good morning. My name is Sylvie, the workforce supervisor. As you can see.
Could you say your last name, please?
Sylvie Maunga.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last year we had 2,574 people that we serve for workforce department. And as you can see, we was able to support 257 people have a job. If we can take this and divide it, it will be almost, I would say, 25% of the people that we serve we connect to the jobs. And you can know we still have a struggling, like all this barrier has a director Kerry just respond to. And we're trying to move this barrier by providing more opportunity for soft skills, job readiness trainings, or other, and try to understand what the requirement in the business for us to be able to match our client to the requirement, to the need in the field of businesses. So it's still ongoing process that we're doing for us to be able to cover all these other 25%, 75% of people who are still struggling to get a job.
Now, for the 25% that get into a job, do you know how they're doing 6 months in?
We do. We have a tracking. We have a 30-day summary, 60-day summary, 90-day summaries.
Okay. And are you able to use the information to understand any common pitfalls or common needs to help more folks be successful?
Yes, we do. And that's where Mr. Cooper just came with this need. We may have at the beginning returning a citizen come directly, they need a job right away because they have to cover their fees. But sometimes we make sure a worker, we provide at least soft skill training before they can go to the jobs. But they're still facing some barriers, some problem, knowing that the work environment has some criteria, they have some requirements like how to couple with the working environment, or that we keep communication with our client to tell them how they can behave in the workplaces, have them how to increase their skills so they can be more competitive in the work market. And so our shape is like we shape our strategy based on the assessment that we have with the client. So we have an individual assessment that we, at the beginning of having our client come in our office, we do that assessment. And going through that assessment, we decide what kind of service, what kind of training skill they need again for them to be more competitive.
All right.
And if I can add quickly, so some of the barriers that we also see, again, is the soft skills. They come into our office, they want to work now. And even though we try to get them to do trainings, right? But even going through some of the soft skills training at times, for some it works great, for some there are some other barriers. Example, we may have an individual that come home that has been clear of mind through the whole 20 years that they have been incarcerated. But they get out and they breathe, right? And then they start experiencing some mental health challenges in some aspects, right? Then we have those that believe or may tell a team, hey, I want to do janitorial, right? And then get in janitorial and realize that ain't what they really want to do. And so they leave. And sometimes it's just not knowing how to move and act inside of those environments. And that's why we're appreciative even of Mr. Cooper and all of our other partners that offer soft skills, because they get it, right? And so being able to have partners like Mr. Cooper and Ms. Smith helps us strengthen our clients when they're going through the soft skills training, and as well as with DOES. So those are some of the barriers, internal barriers that Morka isn't always able to see until over time.
Does Morka contract with Ms. Smith, or is that like DOES?
Well, I know she was contracted to through DOES, but now she's contracted, she mentioned here, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants.
Right. Okay. Because I want to figure out the concern around duplication of services, trying to figure out like how do we get a sense of what everybody's doing, make sure we don't have too many people doing the same thing.
Right.
And so we have the broadest array of services possible. You have any thoughts on that?
So one, before I came into government, I would have been right in line with that. It's duplication, right? But what we find is that a lot of the organizations that serve in our population are small, and the funding is small. And so if we narrow and we just have one track where we send individuals to this one organization to get a birth certificate and they run out of funding, then we left struggling, right? And so I don't have a problem with duplication because we have that much of returning citizens that need access. And so we can send you to Samaritan Ministry. We can send you to Voices of a Second Chance without driving all of that to one place. But in terms of centralizing, we try to partner with everybody that we can. Long as you offer good service, you got clean hands, right? And you don't have a bad reputation. We, for the most part, go through the process to be able to work with you. And so, but in all honesty, all organizations are not willing to say, Morka, this is who I employ by, and send my people to for employment. So you still have them wanting to make sure that they're able to get as many people to employ, because that contributes to their ability to gain funds as well.
Let me turn to Reverend Shepherd for a bit. Your testimony, did you say that you all are working on your legislative and policy priorities now?
Yes, we are.
Okay. What's the timeline for finalizing those?
Well, we have our next meeting this month, which will be officially our first meeting.
Okay.
So my hope is to allow us at least 2 meetings to be able to pull that together. We have some thoughts. I mean, there's a plethora of things that need to be done. We have some thoughts, but within at least, I'd say give us 60 days and we'll be able to have some firm on the table.
Okay. That's fair. I'll say this. We've been hearing a lot of the same goals from the commission for several years now, and we got to move from brainstorming to priorities to action. A lot of new commissioners now. I'm going to hold y'all accountable for attending meetings and moving to action. So next month, I'm not going to give you a hard time. The month after that, I'm going to be starting to ping you, and after that,
I can respond to that right now.
Please.
The commissioners are knocking on the door talking about when we're meeting, what are we doing?
I love
All right, so we have a team, like I said, we met before we were even sworn in. So that energy is there, and I can even give you, we have some fresh ideas. One of them being, we're talking about ban the box, but one of the problems we realized, you can go on Google right now and look up on Bureau of Prisoners, Department of Corrections for different states, and you still find these people's names even after they have been out 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, they're still accessible. So is it really, if I'm an employer, I just have to take your name and look you up. Is ban the box really effective in that role?
Right.
Or do we need to look at some other way to, at some point, remove your name from public knowledge?
Well, here's where I'll challenge you as you develop priorities. One is, what are the things that are going to make because there's so much that needs to be done. You try to do everything at once, you're going to fail at it all. But what are the things that have the biggest impact? And of those things, which are most in your ability to control? That's just how we maximize our opportunities. But I also think it's important to the relationship between the agency and the commission has been stressed for years. I don't waste a lot of time on like whose fault it is. What I've learned is most things is everybody's fault. But it's important, I think, to reset and for the agency and the commission to work well with each other. But you also have to challenge each other, you know, in a healthy way. So my hope and expectation is that the commission is going to work well with the agency, that the agency is going to work well with the commission, and that y'all won't agree on everything. Because that's how we do our best work, is if we're challenging each other, but in a healthy way. Is that something that you are ready for, and is that something that you think your fellow commissioners are ready for?
I'll be honest, if we all agree, that means somebody's lying.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm from the school of, let's face it, put it on the table, let's talk, let's deal with it.
Yeah.
And let's be honest with each other, because some things we'll be able to resolve and some we might not.
Yeah.
But the reality is, if we're honest, we can put it on the table and go forward. And I think as a commission, we are more than ready. We're actually excited to face the challenge in front of us.
Excellent. And then finally, the $10,000 allocation, I want to make sure I understand how the commission plans to utilize it.
But one of the first things we talked about is town hall meeting. We recognize that we need to hear the voice of people instead of just, unfortunately, we have a habit of listening to the same people all the time.
Yeah.
Those in our circle. But unless we open up and have forums where we can invite folks who we don't hear from on a regular basis, those who are impacted and don't feel they have a voice. So one of the things we discussed, and this early discussion, please, I'm being careful because the commission has not met and voted on anything. But one of the things we discussed was the possibility of holding forums right in the heart of places, right? Instead of where people have to travel to, finding spaces in the heart where we know there's a large reentry population.
Yeah.
To have the forum there and to make sure we advertise enough so folks know in advance that we're there. And finally, we know if we feed them, they'll come. So provide something for them to eat.
All right. I like where you all are thinking, and look forward to being a partner on that, and however you need me. Let me talk about the halfway house for a moment. What oversight measures does MORCA have in place to monitor conditions at the halfway house, for the men's halfway house who are in Baltimore now?
So oversight, or you mean calling and building relationships? So we try to maintain, right now we have a great relationship with the halfway house. And so when we have some challenges or issues that clients bring to us, we can call them and to address it. Doesn't mean that it always get changed. No. But they have been, like, one of the challenges for us used to be individuals weren't able to get out. Now Ms. Davis and her team can call the halfway house today and say, can we send somebody up for a visit? To meet with us tomorrow, and it's done.
Okay.
Now, one of the challenges that we reached out to the BOP to see if they can help support with is it seems that they runs out of, because they usually cover their transportation getting to Union Station, but they don't always have that funding. But I think they're doing now reimbursement. Is that so, Ms. Davis? Reimbursement, are you doing reimbursement for the mock trains now? Yes. So we don't have oversight over them, of course, but we do have a relationship now where we could pick up the phone and have a conversation about a challenge.
Okay.
And I want to say one, if I could add.
Please.
We actually, on the 13th of last month, we onboarded someone that is currently living in the halfway house.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great news. Do you have information on the timeline for the opening of the Core DC halfway house?
No.
Okay.
During our communication, my last communication with them was probably maybe a week and a half ago. They didn't give a date. They sent us something, their pathway to it, but it didn't really have a date.
I don't know that it matters. I don't think that dates mean anything.
Yeah.
So, okay. I was hoping you had more information than I had. I don't know what's happening with Core DC, but they're not building a halfway house very quickly. Something I know that I've been hounding you all about for years. You all have been trying to work with FBOP on. Have you been able to make any progress on an MOU between MORCA and BOP to help track our DC code offenders in the Federal Bureau?
So I received the email last week and, trying to get an update, and I was just told that it's now with leadership. It was stalled, but they said now it's with leadership. So I'm hopeful because they seem hopeful. They even gave us the template, right, for the MOU. And so that is huge compared to what we was dealing with before. And so my hope is that if tomorrow that they will come back in agreement, but I can't really say, but we have gotten this time further than we've ever gotten.
Right, so cautiously optimistic.
Right.
Right, that's good news. Please keep pursuing that. I know you will. How do you reach residents who are currently in BOP?
So several ways. One, our prison trips started back up last year, and we were able to go to prisons that's within 4.5 hours away. So sometimes we physically are able to give it to some DC residents. We also emailed them to some of the reentry teams in some of the institutions where we have relationship. We also email it to some of the leadership that's downtown, and they're sending it out for us. And the other way that we do, well, two other ways that we do it is we participate in quarterly virtual engagements through CSOSA, where they're usually tapped into like maybe 8 institutions. And then on the outside of that, the last one is through family and friends.
Okay. And is there anything you do or can do with FBOP to ensure that they are doing pre-release support for our residents?
So we talk to them, and we even participate in some of their sessions. Now they're starting to do sessions like LGBTQ, women, reentry, and we will participate in those and offer suggestions. In some places they're doing reentry preparation awesome, and in other ways they're fine-tuning how they do it.
That's very diplomatic. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone for now. We'll talk about that when we meet. On the ban the box, are there any specific data or enforcement tools that you would recommend based on what you're hearing or seeing?
So some of the challenges with our clients is they apply, but they really don't know why they're being denied. So they're not telling them it's because of their record. We're all just taking that maybe that's it. And so like one of the suggestions that he was saying, we're trying to look at how can we strengthen with that isn't the issue. And so that's a conversation that we're actually having.
Okay. Do you all get any or many complaints about employment discrimination?
Yes, and we have 2 legal organizations that comes into our office to connect with clients that are experiencing what they believe to be employment discrimination.
Okay. Okay. Do they come like as needed or on certain days of the month?
So now we're redoing the schedule, but before it was at least once a month.
Okay. Let me address a couple things that came up in testimonies, calls and intake. Somebody suggested that they don't get, that no one's answering the phone and they're not getting a call back. What's happening there?
I really have to talk to my team and see is that happening. Because how we have it at Morca now is that if the phone is ringing, that the staff that's available answer the phone. And if you look at the organizational chart, we changed one of our positions where now we have an intake specialist, right? And that is the responsibility is answering the phone, signing people in, making sure they see who they need to see. And so we have somebody on that. But I will have a conversation with the team, with most of them, leadership is here, right? To see how, I mean, if this has happened, if this has slipped through the crack, how that we can make some adjustments to it.
I appreciate you looking into that. Transportation came up from one or two folks who testified. Are more resources necessary for returning citizens, especially when they first get home, with respect to transportation?
So transportation is a huge barrier for returning citizens. But what we do is that we provide smart trips. Now, we don't provide smart trips for life. So for individuals, and Miss Davis Miss Sylvia can speak more to that. But generally when an individual comes into Morca, we can sign them up to receive smart trips. Like if an individual just starting a job and we can verify that they're just starting a job, we'll give them, I believe it's 2 smart trips, which is $30 a piece, 3 times, right? But I'll go, because our thinking is if we can cover that for 3 months, right? 2 this month, 2 next month, 2 the following month, this gives the individual enough time to save some money to kind of pick that up on their own and begin to cover their own transportation, because it's impossible for us to be able to provide that level of transportation for the duration of anyone's life. So we try to give them enough time to be able to save some money to start picking up on their own.
Okay. And then like more assistance with finding jobs, clothing for interviews or when folks are first starting to work. Do you have thoughts on that, where people should turn or how we might be able to attend to that? Or if it's a broader need? We only heard it from one person today.
So clothing. Because we know that clothing has been one of the major issues, our first collaboration has been with Martha's Table, where the individual is able to get $40 every month. Now that's for the rest of their life. $40 every month to get clothing from our Martha's Table. Was it Outfitters?
Yeah.
Now we partner with Broken Chains, where we have a Morca clothing pop up every month. Also, I think it's like every 2 months or every quarter, we have a partnership that is specifically for women, where they can go to get up to 50 clothing items and household stuff and clothing for their kids. So we're trying to address the clothing things as much as possible. And even the good old chairman, when we have individuals that need something immediately and we can't get them inside of any of those vehicles that we have, we'll call the good Reverend
Appreciate
or
it.
reach out to other clergy or partners.
Excellent. And are you all in need of folks to donate clothing for the pop-ups?
Yes, but Broken Chains has a.
They do. Okay.
Yeah.
Through them.
Through them,
Got
right.
it.
You
Okay.
got to be on a hanger.
Yep.
It got to be clean, right?
We'll connect with them to see if they need assistance. So I appreciate it. I, apologize. I know you all wanted a lot more questions. Than we usually do. But I apologize for all of our witnesses, government and non-government witnesses, for having to move expeditiously today. But I do think we got through everything, and again, a lot of ideas that I want to marinate on. Appreciate the conversations about what you all are doing, where the challenges are, and just so folks understand, accountability is something I believe in very firmly, for other folks, for myself, for my team as well. Accountability doesn't always look the same, right? And so sometimes you got to do work to try to get on the same page, because again, it's not about effort, it's about progress. And so we're trying to make progress. We're trying to see more progress between the commission and the agency, more progress between the council and the agency as well. So time spent just trying to get on the same page is time well spent. That's not the absence of accountability, that is accountability. So I appreciate you all continuing to work with us, appreciate what you, Chairman, and the commissioners are doing. Director, I appreciate what you and your team are doing.
Thank you.
So those are all the questions I have. And again, want to thank our public witnesses. And I do want to just take a note of personal privilege very quickly, with my prerogative as chair, to depart from the agenda for just a minute and a half and recognize Devin Haynes Kellett, who turned in her badge on Monday after about 3 years as my communications director. Devin transformed our work without a doubt, not only in how we communicate out to the press and to residents and what we're doing, but also in how we gather input and involve people in every stage of the legislative and oversight process. She was always a joy to be around, and Devin hopefully is not tuned into this hearing, but she can see on YouTube later, our appreciation and thanks. And I have to give a huge thanks and say farewell to my longest serving staffer, my legislative director, and then my first committee director, founding director of my committee team, Sean Hilgendorf, who's over there looking more relaxed than you have ever seen him. Tomorrow is Sean's last day as an official member of this team and council staff, but he will remain a friend and a thought partner and advisor. And even as he's reaching new heights, he will not get rid of me. Throughout my 8 years as a council member, and in 3 years serving the city here on the council prior to that, Sean has been one of the most diligent people in this building, one of the most compassionate people I know. He wants people to thrive. He wants to see justice in the city and in this world. And the way he expresses that is by moving heaven and earth to help them. So Sean, you were already a talented and accomplished leader when you came to my office, and you have not stopped growing, and that has been to my benefit and the benefit of the entire city. So thank you very much. We wish you well in your next endeavor. And I just want to note that earlier this week, the council unanimously passed a resolution honoring Sean's years of service. So Sean, I hope you are proud of your work, because we are proud of everything that you've done. So thank you. And to wrap our official business, anyone who was not able to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who is interested may submit additional testimony by email to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today on Thursday, February 13th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee in my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. And for my former ANCs, please remember to take the survey. We're going to email you, if we haven't already, from our office about why you served and why you left, and then we would love to hear more. So with that, the business before the committee is concluded. The time is 1:53 p.m. They're looking over me like a hawk to tell me to wrap up, and this hearing is adjourned.